In the meantime, may I request B's iPhone to rename them with their registered name? B's iPhone. Can you please rename yourself?
Okay, good morning, everybody. On behalf of Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust, I welcome you all as the founder president of this trust. This trust is basically disseminating knowledge about the vision of Rabindranath Tagore, not only in education, but also the societal development at large. And recently, we have started one course. This course is totally new. It is the Applied Psychometrics. And we have finished the Applied Psychometric course. That is the first batch. That was conducted by Ms. Aaushee Soral and Ms. Rupali Rawat. And today, through this symposium, we will give the certificate to the candidates who have successfully completed the course. So before the program, I am requesting Monalisa Pattanayak. She is from Bhubaneswar. She is doing PhD. Student of RPRIT. I am requesting Monalisa, please start the invocation prayer.
Please close your hands. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunatu Sahabiriyam Karvabhai Tejosina Badhitamastu Ma Vidisabhai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now I am requesting Priya Verma and Kavita. Please present today's program.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining our National Symposium on Current Researches on Applied Psychometrics. We have gathered today for 3 sessions. First session would be, the first technical session would be by Professor Ravi Gunthey, sir. Second technical session would be by Dr. Maxim Pereira. And third session, which would be a paper presentation session, which would be chaired by Dr. Shah Singh, sir. I request Rosemall for welcome address and thanks to the guest.
Thank you. Good morning to all. I'm extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to address you all on this auspicious occasion of National Symposium on Applied Psychometrics, organized by our institution, Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust, RPRIT. I feel proud to be a part of such an elite institution, and now we can see applied psychometrics is a scientific discipline that is concerned with the construction of measurement models for psychological construct in problem solving or in decision making. So it is a context specific research. So this aim of this current symposium is to highlight recent researches on psychometrics in different applied disciplines of psychology and in allied sciences. I welcome you all to this National Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemall. I request everyone to please follow through all the instructions. We would be starting soon, and for your assistance, please kindly mute yourself. And if you have any query, you could use chat box to share your queries, and your queries would be resolved. For our first session, we have Professor Ravi Gunthey, retired professor from JNV University, Jodhpur. Sir have done extensive research on psychological test construction and psychometrics, and would be honored to share his views and his perspectives in the field, and all the participants would benefit from it. I request Rosemall to begin with cultural program, and Anushree for her song performance on Rabindrasangeet. Anushree, are you there?
Now you can share the screen. Rosemall and Priya, please start the cultural program.
Anushree?
May I start now?
Yes, please. You can start now.
Okay. First of all, good morning to all the respected professors and academic assistants and the participants, and to my batchmates. And I am going to present a Rabindrasangeet in this symposium and addressing Devi Saraswati in this auspicious day of Basant Panchami. মধুর মধুর ধ্বনি বাজে হৃদয় কমল বন মাঝে মধুর মধুর ধ্বনি বাজে হৃদয় কমল বন মাঝে মধুর নিভৃত বাসিনী বীণা পানি অমৃত মূরতে মতে বাণী নিভৃত বাসিনী বীণা পানি অমৃত মূরতে মতে বাণী কিরণ কিরণ ছবি খানি পরাণের কথা সে বিরাজে হৃদয় কমল বন মাঝে মধুর তো জাগে দিবা নিশি পিকো কুহরিত দিশে ঋষি মধুরী তু জাগে দিবা নিশি পিকো কুহরিত দিশে ঋষি মানস মধুপ পদ পালে মুরছি পড়িছে পরিমলে মানস মধুপ পদ পালে মুরছি পড়িছে পরিমলে এসো দেবী এসো এ আলোকে একবার তোরে হেরি চোখে এসো দেবী এসো এ আলোকে একবার তোরে হেরি চোখে গোপনে থেকো না থেকো না গোপনা গোপনে থেকো না মনোলোকে ছায়াময় মায়াময় সাজে হৃদয় কমল বন মাঝে মধুর মধুর ধ্বনি বাজে হৃদয় কমল বন মাঝে মধুর। Thank you to all.
Thank you, Anushree, for beautiful performance on the occasion of Basant Panchami. And we hope that Goddess Saraswati graces this occasion and blesses everyone. Now I request Monalisa for her song. Monalisa, please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good morning to everyone. Good morning to sir and all the guests here and all the research scholars and my fellow participants. Now I will start the song Rabindrasangeet. Anandoloke Mongolaloke Virajo Soto Sundaro Anandoloke Mongolaloke Virajo Soto Sundaro Mohima Tabodhasito Mahagagano Maje Mohima Tabodhasito Mahagagano Maje বিশ্ব জাগত মনি ভূষানো বেষ্টিত চরণে আনন্দ লোকে মঙ্গলালোকে বিরাজ Soto Sundaro Groho Tarako Chandro Tapono Bakulo Druto Bege Koriche Pano Koriche Snano Akhayo Kishone মোহন মধুশোভা ফুল পল্লব গীত গন্ধ সুন্দর বরণে বহে জীবন রজনী দিন চির নূতন ধারা করুণা তব অবিশ্রাম জনমে মরণে স্নেহ প্রেম দয়া ভক্তি কোমল করে প্রাণ কত সন্তান করো বর্ষণ সন্তাপ হরণে জগতে তব কি মহোৎসব বন্দন করে বিশ্ব শ্রী সম্পদ ভূমস্পদ নির্ভয় সরণি আনন্দ লোকে মঙ্গলালোকে বিরাজ সত সুন্দর বিরাজ সত সুন্দর বিরাজ সত সুন্দর। Thank you again.
Thank you, Monalisa, for your beautiful performance. Now, next is Rupali's dance performance. I would be playing a video. Her performance is based on the Nritya of Shiva Sambhu, and please allow me to share. Thank you, Rupali, for sharing her performance. And on the spirit of Basant Panchami, I am happy to share that our team has such wonderful people who are willing to share their art and their learnings with everyone and associate the learnings of Rabindranath Tagore, that how art could be a part of their life, and on the basis of these learnings, maybe we can move forward together. Now I would request Rosemall for introduction of academic assistants. Without their help, organizing such program and such programs with intensive academic reach would not have been possible. Rosemall, please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So this is the introduction session of the profiles of our academic assistants. And it was Ms. Aaushee Soral and Rupali Rawat who coordinated with our Applied Psychometrics Batch 1. So let me start with Aaushee. Ms. Aaushee has completed her Master's in Psychology from the University of Rajasthan. She has her specialization in guidance and counseling. She is currently pursuing her PhD in Applied Psychology from MLSU Udaipur. She worked as an intern at Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, for Psychology Unit and with RPRIT. She currently is associated with Sri Sri University, Cuttack, Odisha, as Psychology faculty. And now let me introduce you Rupali Rawat. Ms. Rupali did her BA in Psychology from University of Delhi. She completed her Master's in Psychology from Ambedkar University, Delhi. She is currently pursuing Diploma in Child Guidance and Counseling from NCRT and working in an NGO, Mobile Crunches. Now, in this batch of Applied Psychometrics course, myself and Anushree is coordinating. So let me introduce Ms. Anushree Basu. Ms. Anushree did her BSc in Psychology from West Bengal State University, Kolkata. She completed her MSc in Psychology from Rajbazar Science College, University of Calcutta. Then she associated with Swami Vivekananda University in Calcutta as guest lecturer for a brief period of time. And currently she is associated with RPRIT as academic assistant for Applied Psychometrics course. And myself, Ms. Rosemall did her BSc in Psychology from Christ College, Kerala, and she completed her Master's in Psychology from Mananmaniam Sundaranar University, Tamil Nadu. She volunteers in NGOs and groups against stigma associated with mental health. She worked as a consultant psychologist in Chennai and now is associated with RPRIT as academic assistant for Applied Psychometrics course. So thank you for giving this opportunity to welcome you all academic assistants and for their introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemall. Now I will invite Aaushee Soral to talk about the vision of the trust and about the programs offered. Aaushee, please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much for providing me this opportunity. So I would like to start with what actually Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust has visioned about. So Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust is a non-profit oriented academic trust aiming at dissemination of research-based courses curriculum for the welfare of nation. The trust offers educational courses on applied statistics, RPRIT, psychological data collection, and psychometrics through short-term courses. The trust has published several research articles and papers. Scholars from SAARC nations have completed different courses of the trust. Considering the needs of future India, the trust has designed several courses. The trust has realized the importance of applied psychometrics in the fifth industrial revolution. Therefore, the trust intends to create large number of human resources for teaching, research, and development on applied psychometrics. Recently, we have completed the batch 1 of 2 months applied psychometrics online course. This course has covered comprehensive knowledge about psychometric theories and applications at the basic level. It included the introduction to psychological test construction, assessing reliability, validity, item analysis, and test standardization. It also included the practicums of different disciplines of psychology, education, and environment. that help the students in understanding both theory and application. Now, I would like to call upon Ms. Priya Verma to provide certain feedback about the course, because we have received certain video feedbacks from the participants as well for the batch 1 of the course. Ms. Verma?
Yes, Aaushee, I'm on it.
Hello, Priya, please start the video, or I do not know.
Hi, my name is Priya Verma, and I attended the applied psychometric curriculum in November, December. My experience have been quite good. The academic assistants were great in carrying out the entire program and being helpful through the entire program. The resource person, Dr. Nita Jain, been really helpful and assisted in explaining all the concepts with various examples. Other than the bookish knowledge we have, there was practical exposure, which was absolutely great, which helps in not only designing research but also applying the concepts of the research psychology and psychometrics. My key takeaways from this course was how to identify the population and the associated psychometric analytics for it, which is very helpful PhD and research. I was able to apply the things which I learned, and I am more interested for the second series, where I would be keen to learn about more advanced levels of psychometrics and statistics. So yes, this was my
Now I would request our academic assistants for award ceremony for part 1 of applied psychometrics course. This was a 2-month course, and from November, December, under the guidance of Dr. Debulal Datta Roy and academic assistant Aaushee Soral and Rupali Rawat. So Rupali is now sharing the screen, and one by one, she would be presenting the awards and distributing the certificates for all the people who have successfully completed this course.
Thank you so much, Priya Verma, for inviting me for the further proceedings. So now, with your permission, sir, we would like to start with the award ceremony. Shall we proceed, sir?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. So now, I would be calling your names one by one. Angel Sofan. Miss Angel, I request you to kindly come over the screen so that you can accept your certificate for the course. Miss Angel.
Can you see me, Rupali?
Yes,
Aaushee.
yes. Thank you so much, Angel. Please
Right.
accept your certificate. We will be sharing all the certificates and the results through your mail ID. Kindly accept it virtually because of this symposium. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for your presence. Now I
Thank
call upon Miss Anushree Basu. Miss Anushree. Miss Anushree, if you are there, kindly accept the certificate. Miss Archana Soni.
Yes,
Miss
good
Archana,
morning. Yes, thank you.
thank you so much for your presence, Archana. Being you are unfit, still you are here. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Banani Bashishta. Dr. Banani, can you come over the screen to accept your certificate?
Am I
Miss Kavita Shaz.
Thank you, thank you.
Monalisa Pattanayak. Can you come over the screen to accept your certificate? Miss Priya Verma.
Thank you, Aaushee. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Joseph. Mr. Sebastian Joseph. Mr. Joseph, if you are here, kindly accept your virtual certificate. Miss Shreya Shithole. And Mr. Vinganesh Ramalingam. Okay, thank you so much, Rupali, for the presentation of the certificates. So these were the certificates we have provided to all the participants who have completed the course successfully and scored good marks. Now I would like to hand over the podium to Ms. Priya Verma again for the further proceedings of the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Aaushee, for distributing certificates. It was a beautiful experience learning under your and sir's guidance. And we look forward for our second batch, which is running right now under the guidance of Dr. Datta Roy and academic assistants Rosemol and Anushree. Now we will begin with our technical session first. I invite Professor Ravi Gunthey, sir. Professor Ravi Gunthey, sir, is a retired professor from Jai Narayan University, Jodhpur. He has done extensive research on psychometrics and psychological test construction and psychometrics, and we are privileged to have you, sir, to honor our stage with your knowledge and your experience. Please be kind enough to switch on your video and your audio so that everyone can learn from your immense experience. Thank you so much, sir.
Should I start now?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to everyone, and very nice beginning. What a cultural beginning. First time I have seen in the inaugural program like this, and beautiful music. Bengal is famous for this. I know it. So the theme we can say, or the title of this workshop is very good, and it is the need of the hour that the application part of the psychometric test must be there. What we are doing the psychometric test, but that is closed in the doors up to the limitation is up to the lab. Now the time is there that youngsters like you go into the field with this test, and you will find that huge support from the community to you. What I am telling, it is that I am telling with my own experience in this field. I came with these tests into the community field, and then the experience which I have, I will share that experience with you. You people are young people, experience, and Professor Roy with you, he can guide you. And I think it is his vision to select this type of topic. In fact, people know the psychometry test, but what is the actual use? Why these tests was constructed? It is still to communicate and spread to the community, the purpose of that. So there are two major advantages of application of psychometry test. Number one, the social service for the kids, for the school students, for the college students, for the teachers, for the youngsters, for the housewives, for the females, for the males, for different organizations. All these are there. Still the field is blank. And the second advantage is that when you will come into the field, definitely your social and your economic value will enhance. The thing which is required for such type of actions is the experience. That experience will give you the confidence, and then that confidence will make your path very easy. You can go ahead very easily. See, there are so many psychometric tests. You almost, I think all those are the participants who are here, they are either the student of this subject, psychology subject, or they are going for further degrees and diplomas of this course. So in this, we know there are certain concepts which are very essential to understand the human behavior, like the personality of a person, the needs of a person, the motivation of a person, and so on. For all these, to assess the behavior of an individual, there are so many psychometric tests. There is a change. You must have perceived that change, that now these psychometric tests are linked with certain kind of technologies. We can say softwares. There are personality tests which are now in the form of software. Even I read somewhere in an organization who is dealing with marketing of psychological tests, that is, I read that the software for Rorschach is also available now. But we can use these softwares only when we are having a good experience of administration and interpretation of these tests manually. And then we can shift to the psychometric tests. So any query, any inquiry, any questions like that, everything, you will be in a position to answer all these questions.
You come to my cabin.
Pardon? Anyway, so now come from the early age to the college level. See, psychometric test can play a significant role in school education. Dr. Roy just said that they have started a school psychology course. And in that school psychology course, the target is always a child. Now, there are certain behavioral problems of a child. The separation anxiety may be there. Pressure of the study is always there. Certain kind of problems which he has, and the teacher is not able to understand what kind of the problem is there with the child, like learning disability and so on. Special children are there, which is beyond the capacity of understanding of a teacher. Until unless the experience of such children in a classroom is not there, it is very difficult, too difficult to understand what the problem the child has. When I read this, the application of psychometry test, I am working in this field, special education field, from last more than 20 years. Though I am also working with the field of psychology, and I will tell you my experience about the psychometry test and its utility in the community. But for special kids, I requested one of my senior colleagues, Dr. Nita Jain, to come here, and she will also share her experiences and the application of psychometry test, for which I think very less percentage of you people, those who are aware of those tests, which are very useful for special education and in coming course of your institute, school psychology, these type of psychometry tests will be useful over there. Now, the first problem, when we come now to the psychological test, the first problem which we can perceive in our family and in school, even some of you have also perceived that problem in your life. After 9th, 10th, it is very difficult to choose a subject. Peer group pressure is there, and the parental expectation is there, and so on. जब इस प्रकार का सब कुछ हो जाता है, it creates conflict, and ultimately under some pressure, child goes towards that subject for which either he is not interested or the ability, skills, the basic knowledge is required for that is not with that child. Now, you know, to assess the interest and aptitude, psychologists like me and the others, we are not worked that much. For वो management वाले हमसे आगे निकल गए. They captured this, and now in the market you see there are so many softwares, interest and aptitude tests are there. आप लोग भी ये, you can also do it. क्यों नहीं करते हो आप? A youngster team, then I ask some students to do something which will be helpful for the community, use the software, use the technology, and they did. And they then constructed a test, interest, aptitude, screening test, which is far, far better and far, far pinpointed with precise results than the tests which are in the market. Dr. Roy is there. He will give you some guidance how to construct a test. And there are so many problems. Go for this problem, study those problems, sit with your seniors and construct a test which is required for the current scenario. जब आप लोग इतना कर लोगे, then naturally there will be a confidence, and the real application of psychometric test will be there with you, which will give you a kind of not only the confidence, but with that confidence you will gain the other things also. इसी प्रकार से, in the same way, there are other opportunities. See, you all know intelligence test, but the intelligence tests which are there, you administer those tests, everything is there. But what about the real applicability of that test? ये टेस्ट बने क्यों थे? ये टेस्ट इसलिए बने थे कि we should know an intellectual level of a child, of a person, of a teenager, of anyone. But what we are doing? College में admission ले लिया. Number of these number of practicals are essential. We did that. We get around 80-90% of the marks. And after that, very simple use of it. Your organization can do. You do mastery on 4 or 5 intelligence tests, which are very relevant right from the age 5 to 10 or 11, 12, before teenage. Did these tests, administer these tests on these children, but at least 20 to 25 times. जब आप एक टेस्ट को 25-25 बार repeat कर लेंगे, then you will have an experience of it. Then with your organization, you can move to schools of your town and ask there. Now see, this is another thing. Now the management has captured us. Slightly we can also capture the management's ideas. आप स्कूल में जाइए and those tests which you have mastered, demonstrate to the authorities of that authorities of that school and say them, without any charge, we will assess those children which teachers think that they are slightly slow in their study, slightly slow in their behavior. Do you know what will happen? वो आपको दे देंगे, yes, these are the 4 or 5 tests. When there is no money is required, they will very easily communicate all the things to you. But the second part of it, it will give a mouth publicity by the parents of those kids to the other parents. And then the other parents will approach you. हमारे बच्चे का भी, we want also test the IQ, the intelligence level of our kid. वहां there your platform starts. After the assessment, if the problem is there, the counseling session will start. So the second part, the actual second part is very much important of psychometry application. When the results are there, you can go for that with the counseling of the parents as well as the child. Nowadays, there is another problem which you can easily perceive. Whenever there is any interview, कोई interview होता है, कोई examination होता है, कोई competition हो रहा है, तो इस सब में क्या होता है? There is a kind of stress or anxiety in that individual. 70-40% individual face like this, and we can say that examination anxiety, situational anxiety, stress is there. Why don't you go for a scale? Construct a scale. Ask your seniors. Professor Datta is there. He will help you. Prepare a software, very simple. Prepare a software and go into the market. Jaiye na. And see, our team has also prepared like a examination anxiety scale with 3-4 categories, like the peer pressure is there, the situational pressure. Situational pressure means in examination hall. In examination hall, suppose I am also a student and appearing that exam after the distribution of the papers and the studying of the papers, I saw after 1 hour, 2 or 3 students have asked for second supplementary copy. And then I will see my answer book. I have also completed only 2 and 4, 5 pages are remaining. I was doing very well. But that, when I perceive the others, they are very fast than myself, it will create an anxiety and stress. So in that anxiety scale, we have certain categories like peer pressure, pressure of parents, and immediate memory loss. Sometimes such type of what we have learned at the time of writing, we cannot recall that. So ये सारी इस प्रकार की problems आती है. This is also there. The another psychometric test which will be very helpful and it has very huge application of, that is the parent-child relation. It is very important nowadays. आजकल parents जो है ना वो they are afraid to say something to their son and daughter. वो घबराते हैं कि कहीं ये नाराज नहीं हो जाए, कहीं aggressive नहीं हो जाए. And the advantage of this attitude of the parents, youngsters are sometimes they are taking advantage of it, and the situation slightly become difficult to handle. So there are so many psychometric tests which clearly indicates the adjustment problem, the relationship between mother and child, parent and child. That will be very useful. So these are certain burning issues. You go through all these issues, read carefully, select the test, and if the test is not available, construct a test and go into the community for the application what you have in your hands. This will help the subject, this will help you, and this will help the community. Now I will request my colleague, she is also here, because that will be I think for majority of the you people, that will be a new area of special education and the organization of yours which is starting to school education. Such type of psychometric tests and concepts is very important. She is Dr. Nita, and she did her PhD from Udaipur University. One of student is there. She is also doing her PhD from MLS, as just she said. Then she came to Jodhpur for this special education, and from last 20 years she is teaching, and use experience of practical applications of these psychometric tests, though she has also constructed 1 or 2 psychometric tests for these kids. I will request her to share her experience with you. Tata, I am so sorry that I am introducing a new face here without the permission of your organization and yourself, but I think that for this application of psychometric tests, especially in special education, it is very significant information for your youngsters in this field. That's why I asked her and requested her to come on. If you please allow me, I will ask her to share her experience.
Sure. I have heard of her name, but I have not seen her. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, madam, on behalf of Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. Myself, Dr. Nita Jain. I'm thankful to Professor Ravi Gunthey, sir, जिन्होंने मुझे opportunity दी आपके पास आके मेरे views को share करने के लिए. Right now, sir told you about special education. First, I would like to clear what is this term means. Special education, that means that is related to a child who has something or the other disability, impairment or handicap in which he is not able to perform his duties perfectly. For example, we can say there can be a blind child, deaf and dumb child, there can be an MR child. MR child, the term has been given as ID nowadays, right? I'll say you the full forms of all these concepts. Then we can see autistic child, we can see ADHD child. First, I would like to brief out. If a child has any of the difficulties in performing a single task or operating anything, that means if he is not able to see properly, he is blind. If he is not able to hear properly, he has a deaf problem. If he is not able to speak, if he is not able to do the activities which a person has to perform according to his academic level. Okay, Some children, they have their intellectual disabilities. For example, we can say if a child is MR, the term was mentally retardation. Now the concept has been given of intellectual disability. In our center, we have got mild, moderate, severe, profound category of children. I don't know whether you're familiar with this term or not, but for their assessment also, some tests are required, which are very beneficial, and we can know the current status level of the child. I'll define the term. We know the IQ level of the child, but those children who have their IQ below 70, they fall into the category of mild, moderate, severe, and profound category. They are not able to perform the ADL activities also. ADL activities means activities of daily living. We have to train the child. The first important concept is identification of the child. Then what we have to do? We have to do the assessment. As our topic is related to the psychometric applications, so the assessment of the child is very necessary. For our contest in the special education, we have got basic MR, MDPS, then FACP, Portage Guide, Upnayan. These are the basic assessment tools which will help us to know about the current status of the child. I'll just brief out about the basic MR, that is behavioral assessment scale for Indian children with mental retardation. That is a very important thing for the assessment of the child, because when the child is admitted to a school, we have got psychological tests, like for example, for Sigmund Fomboard, Drawman, Bhatia-Betty, there are various types of tests which you are familiar with the terms, but I don't think so you're familiar with the special education contest. So for this special education, when the child is admitted to the school, when we do the Sigmund Fomboard and Drawman test on that child, then to see the current level according to the classes which are allotted for the child. For example, we'll send the child to the pre-primary, primary, secondary, pre-vocational and vocational. We don't have 10th, 11th and 12th categories for the special education, right? So when we come into the context of pre-primary, secondary, pre-vocational, and which class we have to send the child. So for this, the basic assessment regarding the basic MR is done on the child, right? Then is the MDPS, that is Madras Developmental Programming System. This have got part A and B. Part A deals with the present current level of the child, and part D deals with the behavioral problems of the child. We know there are many problems in the child. For example, we say sometimes the odd behavior is there, sometimes the destructive behavior is there, sometimes the child shows his temper temperaments. So there are many types of behavioral problems in the child. So how to assess the child? So we have got this assessment tools. If you don't have, you can ask me for the copy of these psychological tests. Apart from this, the assessment tests for the special educations. So we'll be very happy to send you. And if some of the cases which are coming to you, that means we are not able to diagnose or we are not able to assess the child, then with this help of basic MR, MDPS, Upnayan, Portage Guide, you will know about the areas in which the child is lacking behind. For example, the basic MR test has motor development, language, reading, writing, pre-vocational, vocational, number time. It's very basic thing, right? When you see the basic thing, for example, the child has to hold the pen, but the child doesn't have the grip of holding the pen. Then what to do? We are very easy with holding the pen because we have a gripping capacity, but the child is lagging behind with the gross motor and fine motor skills. So we have to identify in which aspect the child is lacking behind, and will be easier for to train them, because the important thing is identification of the child. Many children are deprived, deprived of sending, joining the school. Parents want, no, sending and spending money on this special education, that is on the special child, is, not going to repay back. But important thing is the child should be coming into the mainstream. So for this, we youngsters have to identify the child. For example, if the child is coming to my place, so we have to identify which problem the child is having. For example, I can say the child is ADD, that is attention deficit disorder. then we can say the child is ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. We can say the child is autistic, that is the child is, remaining aloof. He is not able to show his eye contact with the other person, right? So autistic features also might be there. The child must have been having the problem of learning disability. So there are various and different type of, disability sectors and which we have to focus. And you are the young generation and you can focus on all these aspects. Then we can come over to many of the psychological tests. Apart from this, we can give the social service also to these people. We say we have formed an NGO, right? So we have formed an NGO, but what type of social services are we into, right? You're getting my point. हम सब social services करते हैं, but we should do such type of social service that really touch your heart also. Okay, you're getting my point. When you serve to the society, you feel happy. And when you will serve to the special children, क्योंकि जब हम बोलते हैं कि उस बच्चे को अपना शर्ट के बटन बंद करने हैं and the child is not able to do, when we say उस बच्चे को टॉयलेटिंग ट्रेनिंग एक्टिविटीज हमें देनी है, the child is not able to do, we feel very bad. अरे यार ये बच्चा ये भी काम नहीं कर पाता है. So why should not we serve those children? You're getting my point. Because हम अगर उसको खुशी देते हैं, उसको अगर हम एक बच्चे को भी ट्रेन करते हैं, बिकॉज इनको रिहैबिलिटेट करना, ट्रेनिंग देना, मेन स्ट्रीमिंग में लाना हमारा एक मोटो होना चाहिए. मेन स्ट्रीमिंग में इसलिए क्योंकि ऑलरेडी द चाइल्ड इज डिप्राइव्ड ऑफ गेटिंग टू दी मेन स्ट्रीमिंग. उसको है ना अलग से गांव में रखा जाता है, उनको बाड़ों में बांध दिया जाता है. इवन द पेरेंट्स हु आर एजुकेटेड वो बच्चों को स्पेशल स्कूल्स नहीं भेजते हैं. फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड देयर इज अ स्पेशल स्कूल, मॉडल स्कूल, स्पेशल स्कूल, आप कुछ भी वो टर्म बोल सकते हैं, बट यू शुड स्प्रेड अवेयरनेस. द इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज, बिकॉज पेरेंट्स बोलते हैं कि नहीं नहीं इस पे पैसा लगाना हमारे को कोई फायदेमंद नहीं होगा, बिकॉज वी नो विल नॉट गेट इट बैक. अगर हम एक नॉर्मल बच्चे के ऊपर पैसा लगाते हैं तो आई नो आफ्टर सम years I'll get the money back. But no, if you are training the child, that means your burden is over from the child. नहीं तो मॉर्निंग में सुबह उठ के मदर हमेशा उस बच्चे पे लगी रहती है. उसको खाना खिलाना है, टॉयलेट ट्रेन करना है, कपड़े पहनाना है, बाल बनाना है, all the tasks mother has to do. And you know mother has thousands of responsibilities to share out, right? So we can train these children. Then you must have heard about Tare Zameen. Have you heard? बहुत अच्छी मूवी थी. If you haven't seen that movie, please go and watch. CD लाओ, VCD लाओ, कुछ भी लेके आओ और मूवी को देखना. We were talking about stress. उसमें बहुत स्ट्रेस था उस बच्चे के ऊपर कि उसको शब्द ही उल्टे नजर आते थे. जब तक ये मूवी नहीं आई, we were not able to diagnose कि हमारा बच्चा भी LD से ग्रसित है. LD means learning disability. I hope you must be familiar with this term. और जब उस तारे ज़मीं मूवी को देखा तो पेरेंट्स स्टार्टेड कंप्लेनिंग, अरे हमारे बच्चे में भी ये प्रॉब्लम है, हमारा बच्चा भी लिख नहीं पाता है, हमारा बच्चा भी पढ़ नहीं पाता है, उसको थोड़ा सा कैलकुलेशन में मिस्टेक है. जैसे ईशान को तारे ज़मीन मूवी में शब्द हमेशा उल्टे नजर आते थे, हमेशा उसको फ्लोट करते हुए स्विंग करते हुए शब्द नजर आते थे. So he was not able to concentrate and focus on the studies. हर बच्चे का कैलिबर वो नहीं होता है. Don't compare your child. Why do you have to compare your child? हमारा बच्चा यूनिक है and all the capabilities, abilities are there in the child. We have to focus on that. Singing का टैलेंट है, सिंगिंग में आगे जाओ. डांसिंग का टैलेंट है, डांसिंग में आगे जाओ. Why only study? स्टडी के लिए बहुत सारे बच्चे और भी हैं. हमारा बच्चा उसी में ग्रोथ करेगा जिसमें उसकी पोटेंशियलिटी होती है. तो जब उसको आमिर खान ने डायग्नोसिस किया और उसका पाया कि उसका पेंटिंग बहुत अच्छा है, उसका आर्ट वर्क बहुत अच्छा है, तो उसको क्यों नहीं हम उसकी पोटेंशियलिटीज को इनमें एनहांस करें. तो इस लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी का भी यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट द टर्म डिसलेक्सिया, डिस्ग्राफिया, डिस्कैल्कुलिया, डिस्फेजिया, रीडिंग राइटिंग डिफिकल्टीज, कैलकुलेशन वाली डिफिकल्टीज, रिमेम्बरेंस वाली डिफिकल्टीज, ऑल दीज टर्म्स आर रिलेटेड टू दी एलडी डिफिकल्टीज. सो ये भी सारे हमारे पास असेसमेंट टूल्स बने हुए हैं जिससे हम ये डायग्नोसिस कर सकते हैं कि इस बच्चे को कहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम आ रही है. एंड आई हैव डेवलप्ड वन ऑफ माय टेस्ट, जस्ट शो यू. जैसे अभी सर बात कर रहे थे कि कुछ कंस्ट्रक्ट करो, Even I took help of my seniors. I took help of my professor Ravi Gunthey sir, and I developed one test. अगर आपको क्लियर हो रहा हो तो ऊपर लिखा हुआ है ADHD, that is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. आप सभी इस टर्म से फेमिलियर होंगे कि ये क्या होता है. It is normally said as a disorder with behavioral, emotional, educational and cognitive aspect problem. इसमें हमेशा बच्चा कंसंट्रेशन लेस शो करता है. He is not able to sit at one place and concentrate on what you are telling. वो हमेशा अपनी सीट से उछलता रहेगा और अपनी प्लेस पे बैठेगा नहीं. टीचर जो पढ़ाना चाह रही है, टीचर जो फोकस करना चाहती है, he is not concentrating and he is always a disturbing element in the class. So we need the classroom arrangement for this and classroom management for this. So what we have to do, the teacher in our special education, we don't have the strength of 40 to 50 children. That are only 8 to 10 children, and that is also a round table. So the children is within the reach of the teacher. You're getting my point? Because ये बहुत जरूरी होता है. अगर बच्चा बार-बार उठ के क्लास में से बाहर चला जाएगा, तो हम उसको कैसे catch करेंगे? So the naughty child, always there is a child in the class who is naughty. बाकी सब sincere बच्चे होते हैं. So the classroom arrangement should be such that the teacher is able to catch and able to concentrate what the child is doing. So ये जो ADHD हमारे पास test develop है, it's very easy to operate. It is very to be applicable on these children. इसमें हमारे पास 3 categories होती है: inattention, hyperactivity, impulsivity. Inattention, as you all know, he is not able to give attention on the things like the schoolwork, your activities, your work which you are doing. He has often trouble keeping attention on task or play activities. He does not able to listen and speak when he is able to give us chance to speak out. He does not follow the instructions which his teacher is giving. And always he's asked, ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. तो टीचर भी सोचता है बच्चे को क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रही है, बट वो बच्चा खुद एक प्रॉब्लमेटिक चाइल्ड होता है. सो वी हैव टू रेक्टिफाई द प्रॉब्लम्स व्हिच द चाइल्ड इज हैविंग, एंड दैट assessment tool, basic MR, MDPS will help us out to assess how the child can be focused and how the child can be rectified with the problems which he is having. Then हमारा जो दूसरी चीज होती है, he has always trouble organizing activities, right? फिर उसके बाद होता है he is oftenly distracted. जैसे अभी हमारे यहाँ से पीछे से हमारे यहाँ से कोई गया, the child will do, what will he do? He'll turn his back and he'll see what the child what the other person is doing. तो जो distraction होता है, क्योंकि उसका attention कम होता है, उसका concentration कम होता है, इसी वजह से उसको ये सारी problems आती हैं. Then inattention के बाद इसका अंदर चीज आती है, that is hyperactivity. Often fidgets, you know, fidgeting जो एक behavior होता है, कभी वो hand के साथ ऐसे ऐसे rolling करेगा body को, कभी अपनी feet को trampling करेगा, कभी कहीं class में कुछ करेगा, कभी कुछ class में करेगा. He often gets up from his seat when, अगर हम बोलते हैं कि अगर आप क्लास में 5 मिनट बैठोगे, पर 5 मिनट भी उस बच्चे के लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लमेटिक बिहेवियर होता है. दूसरी चीज आती है, कभी वो स्टेज चढ़ जाएगा, कभी वो स्टेज से नीचे उतर जाएगा, कभी भी कुछ भी डिस्ट्रक्टिव बिहेवियर करता है. फॉर एग्जांपल, उसके पास कोई चीज पड़ी हुई है, वो उठा के थ्रो करने की भी कोशिश कर सकता है, राइट? अब इसको चीजें को बहुत प्रॉब्लमेटिक हम नहीं समझे, हम इसके सॉल्यूशंस और रेमेडियल सॉल्यूशंस ढूंढने की कोशिश करें. तीसरी चीज हमारे पास आती है इम्पल्सिविटी. ऑफन ब्लर्ट्स आउट, वो बहुत एकदम शाउट करने चले जाएगा, टेम्पर टेंट्रमेंट्स करना चले जाएगा, बिकॉज वो क्या होता है, वो नहीं समझ पाता है आपकी चीजों को, और टीचर जो नॉर्मल टीचर होता है उसको एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर पाता है. इसीलिए हमारा जो स्पेशलाइजेशन है, मैं दत्ता रॉय सर को बोलूंगी कि आपके यहाँ पे भी स्पेशल एजुकेशन के कोर्सेज स्टार्ट करिए, बिकॉज हमारा जो फील्ड है दैट इज बीएड स्पेशल एजुकेशन आईडी, एमएड स्पेशल एजुकेशन आईडी, that is related to special education. When you have done your normal BEd or normal MEd, right? BA or MA आप करते हो, that means you can handle all the children, but not the special children. Yes, but what we can do is, yes, we can handle both the kids. That is the special education wala, blind ho, deaf ho, dumb ho, autistic ho, ADHD ho, ADHD ho, koi bhi bachcha hota hai, hum usko handle kar sakte because we have that specialization. But other children, हमारे जैसे हमारे PGDRP कोर्स चलता है, एडवांस डिप्लोमा गाइडेंस एंड काउंसलिंग कोर्स का चलता है, वो हमने सारे कोर्सेज कर रहे हैं. एंड फॉर दिस वी हैव गॉट अ क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रॉम RCI. RCI is Governing Body of Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. वो हमारे सारे कोर्सेज को रन करते हैं. And when we register ourselves into this B.Ed or special education or M.Ed special education MR course, we receive a certificate. जैसे अभी मैंने आपका starting में देखा था, आपको सारे certificates मिल रहे थे for your workshop and seminars, right? What you have done, that was your achievement. And what our achievement is, that is from the RCI, Rehabilitation Council of India. And after that, once we receive the certificate, we have got the license to run this courses. We have got the license to open an NGO or set up, and from that, all the special children which we are, we can handle all these special children very effectively. And for this, we need nothing, but we need, patience level and tolerance level. That is very important. And what I feel is, abhi jo young generation hai, even I'm young, I'm not that old, okay? And so young generation hai, that what I'm a piece of advice I can give you, always keep your patience level and tolerance level high. Because जब आप patience level, tolerance level करते हो, तो आप कुछ भी चीजों को achieve कर सकते हो. फिर ये जो छोटे मोटे टेस्ट हम जो बनाते हैं, वो easily और effectively आप बना सकते हो under the supervision and under the guidance of our senior persons and expertise person. Okay, अभी वैसे तो मेरे पास बहुत कुछ बोलने को है. I know time limitations है मेरे पास. So I'll sum up with the things. You have to identify the children. You have to do the assessment of the children. You have to give the training to these children. You have to rehabilitate these children. And after that, you have to bring these children into the mainstreaming. Right? I hope I have touched to your topic which was given today, and I'm thankful to the organizing committee. I'm not aware, I'm not familiar with the names. I'm sorry for that. Just a morning call was given to me by Professor Gunte to share my views, and I'm thankful to Datta Roy sir for giving me this opportunities, and thank you a lot. Thank you, participants.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting on the importance of inclusive education and the importance of special education. The new education policy has also highlighted how we need to bring these children into mainstream and focus on their strength rather than cutting them off of the mainstream. And inclusive education, from teachers like you, under your expertise, we could help bring greater awareness, and proper assessment would help us to know how to work on these children. So thank you, Dr. Nita ma'am. Please stay here for Q&A because after a second technical session, many people would be interested in asking some more questions regarding the role of special education and how can an applied psychometrician can contribute and learn from your expertise. And thank you, Professor Gunthe sir, for introducing Dr. Nita to our esteemed organization and everyone who is attending the symposium. Thank you, sir. And thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
One thing which I want to share, that the application of the psychometry test, there is an open invitation for these youngsters who are interested. I will arrange 2-3 days training program because we have many recent tests which are very, very significant for the current scenario. And slightly I shared some of them to you in my lecture. But those who are interested, please first contact Professor Roy, and he will recommend the names to the students. They come to me, they can come to me, There will be a training program, accommodation, and other things I will arrange. And after the training program, the condition is that they should go into the field and use those psychometric tests and do something. But before that, we will discuss in detail. I will discuss in detail with Roy about this. And I am really interested that the youngsters like you people come and learn those things and then apply to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gunthey. Rabindranath Tagore has given importance on the field engagement, and you are giving importance on this community welfare field engagement. Definitely, we will take your advice, particularly for the community development. Thank you. Thank you. Applied psychometrics in community development, we can think about it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you very much giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Now we proceed to our technical session 2. I will call Kavita Shaj for introducing our next speaker. Kavita, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Priya. So good morning, everyone. Before I invite Dr. Maxim Pereira, I would like to introduce him to you all. So Dr. Maxim Pereira is the assistant professor and the academic coordinator of Montfort College. He supervises the counseling students and beginning counselors and also teaches counseling skills, theories, techniques, and also marriage and family therapy. So I would like you to I invite you to share your wisdom, sir.
Yeah, thank you. How much time do I have? Can I know that?
So you have 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So
Yes.
I will just show my screen. I have prepared my presentation in different sections. Depending on what you want me to talk, I will talk on that. Otherwise, I will skip certain unimportant things. So this is the synopsis of my presentation. Do you want me to talk on all of this or some of this? If you would tell me, should I skip some of it, or some of you can give me guidance? Or this will be basically a lecture material put together by me. Most of it is not my own. I have borrowed from other authors. So if you give me some heads up on this, I will accordingly go about. Yeah.
So, sir, last two issues, that is development of the scale and assessment and measurement testing, practical application, and again, the psychometrics in counseling. If it is possible, then it is fine.
Yeah, what I will do is I will maybe touch upon most of the things, all of these things, but I will try to wind up as quickly as I will not elaborate. Is that okay? I'm guessing I have time till now it is 11:20 till 11:50. Is that right?
Yeah, this is okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm very happy that Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust in Kolkata is conducting this course of an applied psychometrics and is holding this national seminar on current research in psychometry. I must say at the beginning, as I had said earlier when I was contacted by Ms. Kavita, that basically I'm not a psychometrician. My basic competence is counseling. I'm a counseling teacher, counseling trainer, counseling supervisor. I am a practicing counselor and a practicing supervisor. So my main strength comes in teaching, applying counseling skills, counseling techniques, counseling theories. However, my MPhil research was assessing the professional problems faced by new counselors, beginning counselors, and my PhD research was developing a tool to assess the professional problems faced by counselors in India. Therefore, I have some understanding of developing a tool which is a part of psychometry, right? So, see, sometimes often we use this word psychometrics or psychometry. And what is the meaning of that? So often people say test, measure, assess are the same words or different words. So, from according to Cambridge Dictionary, for example, psycho, which is related to psychological, which means mental and emotional. We maybe want to add something else for that, or some people want to separate mental and emotional. When we say psychometrics, later on we will understand it's psychometric psychology. There's something called psychometric psychology. So psycho refers to psychological, mental, and emotional aspects of a person. Metrics is a set of numbers that give information about particular process or activities. What Cambridge Dictionary says according to metrics. Metrics, as we know, numbers, right? Assigning numbers. It also means a system of standard measurement. Therefore, we can confidently say psychometrics is measurement of measuring or assigning numbers to, or in psychological, to psychological aspects, like as we said, mental and emotional. What are the psychological aspects? Psychological aspects also can include behavior, right? Emotion and other aspects of psychology, as we all know. I think we should know clearly what it is. So a definition, if you want to, psychometrics is a branch of psychology concerned with the quantification and measurement of mental attributes, behavior, performance, and the like, as well as with the design, analysis, improvement of the tests, questionnaires, and the instruments used in such measurement. This according to Dictionary of APA. Psychometrics is also known as psychometric psychology. All right. Now, there is these two words we use: measurement, psychometrics. Does it measure or does it assess? Is measurement and assessment are the same, right? I understand from my reading and knowledge that assessment is a broader term which involves measurement. Measurement is quantifying, assigning numbers, whereas assessment always does not include assigning numbers or measuring or quantifying the way certain measurements or tests do, right? So one can assess without formal measurement, without assigning numbers. For example, I can say I can assess a situation to be pretty good or pretty bad. I can assess my capacity, competence as average or good, right? Without actually even measuring. I can look at a person and make some kind of judgment, which may not be numerical always. So measurement always involves numbers, where assessment may involve or may not involve numbers. So assessment also can be subjective, measurements can be objective. Often assessment could be qualitative, and measurement is objective and quantitative, right? So therefore, measurement is part of assessment. Right. Often the process of assessing, or sometimes also known as testing, which is also measuring, is necessary in counseling to understand a client. I think there is room for quantitative assessment of a client or counseling, and there is room for assessment or subjective or self-report type of assessments. Right? So there can be standardized and non-standardized assessment or measurements. Every assessment is not necessarily standardized. We know, you all know, I'm just repeating for the clarity of some of you who may not know. So standardized assessment or measurement for that matter, I think if you standardize assessment, it becomes measurement. If you don't standardize measurement, it becomes just assessment. I hope you don't get confused, but you can read more on that later and understand the distinctions and clarity between these concepts. I don't know whether you are experiencing some background noise. There's some construction going on at my place here. I hope it's not too disturbing. All right.
It's good, sir.
It's okay, right? Yeah. Yeah. So standardized assessment refers to the formal process in which a specific set of rules and guidelines related to administration, scoring, and interpretation are followed consistently to ensure accurate results over a period of time and across populations. Instruments such as achievement tests, aptitude tests, personality tests fit into this description. I mean, rating scale, checklists, inventories, questionnaires come under this kind of category. Yeah. And there is something called non-standardized assessment. We may also say non-standardized measurement is kind of assessment, refers to the process of gathering information without adherence to a strict set of rules or guidelines. There may not be actually a checklist, a questionnaire, or an inventory, or okay, or a tool. Non-standard assignments may include, I'm talking in counseling situations, counseling interview or clinical interview, or behavioral observation, or mental status examination, right? And self-report measures, which are descriptive, right? Yeah. Even when such interviews such interviews have a particular formula or a pattern, but strictly speaking, counselors need not follow, there's no need to follow a written interview format. Such assessment may not be duty rigid administration, scoring, and interpretation. So, from my understanding, being a counselor and counselor trainer or teacher, what is generally used in counseling is assessment, not strictly measurement, even though there is room for measurement in counseling. Assessment or measurement from a very strict point of view is quantitative, even though assessment can include quantitative and qualitative aspects. But mostly in counseling, what happens is qualitative and subjective and self-report measurement. Therefore, in quite a few postgraduate programs, including ours here at Bangalore North University and previously Bangalore University, and I know other few universities, practical papers related to psychometrics in counseling are called not psychological testing, not experimental psychology, they're called assessments in counseling. So they may involve certain standard tests and also non-standardized ways of assessments. I think I will quickly run through this. Foundation of modern testing began in the 19th century among biologists Charles Darwin and Francis Galton. Galton investigated relationship between physical characteristics and mental capacities. And from his understanding, what we can understand is Galton believed that anything could be measured. This belief is important to modern assessment practices as counselors attempt to measure processes, sometimes which are not directly observable. All right. So counselors often do not strictly adhere to quantifications or assigning numbers. They are observations. Therefore, we can observe anything. Any phenomenon can be observed. We can make certain judgments even on certain unobservable phenomena based on certain observable characteristics, right? Therefore, I think Galton's contribution is very important. I will skip the rest of it. Later on, we know from history, a contemporary of Galton, or William Wundt, also who established psychological laboratory in 1979 in Leipzig, Germany. He was interested in similarities among humans, particularly with variables such as response time, perception, and attention. Alfred Binet, we may say, is the pioneer, or the first one among the psychometricians or psychometrics to come up with what we now know, or intelligent test, which was first used in 1904 to separate mentally retarded or mentally slow learners, or what we know now as intellectually disabled children in schools from those who were intellectually sound. And for next 60 years, Binet test and its derivatives were used widely in Europe. James Cattell, Cattle studied the works of Galton and Wundt, and he came out with a coined term mental test, and his focus was on examining differences in reaction time of various mental tests. Then we have, World War I during 1914 to 1938. Testing was used widely, even in group testing, to recruit soldiers who were intellectually and emotionally fit for duty. Later on, we have MMPI, which revolutionized personality testing. And in the 1950s, we have interest in general personality, and we have later on personality factor questionnaire, 16P of Neo personality inventory, and we have big five Neo or big five personality dimension test, Neo 5, and so on, since the middle of last century. From 1916 to the present, measures were developed to focus on specific psychological constructs such as depression, with depression, hopelessness, inventory, and so on. So, in Britain, the use of tests was opposed by majority of counseling psychologists as a form of labeling or categorization. In the same way, diagnostic labels can be used to discriminate against clients. So psychologists, counseling psychologists in the beginning did not want to use tests because they thought, coming from a humanistic or person-centered point of view, didn't want to label clients as this or as that. However, time and the success of counseling psychologists has resulted in increasing number of counseling psychologists or counselors being employed in settings which require the use of tests as part of their work with clients. These days, testing, as Professor Ravi Gunthey was earlier saying, tests are used across disciplines. Right? Recruiters use, employers use, at school admissions, college admissions, we use, this all what we call a CAT score, Z score, all types of, school admissions involved, and higher education institutes, employing organizations use extensively tests. So, counselors cannot lag behind saying that we don't use tests. Tests are simply using tests, and psychometry, application psychometrics is simply, the norm of the day. So today, counselors may find instruments that measure a variety of constructs as diagnostic categories: anxiety, trauma, suicide, wellness, and substance abuse. Many instruments today are used less for diagnosis, but more for identifying problem areas or strength-based areas to identify skills, strengths of clients or people. So many of these instruments continue to rely on self-report. That's true, which may be problematic sometimes because of their validity and reliability and so on. However, they are useful in some way. Therefore, the use of assessment instruments that focus on observation from parents, teachers, clinicians, and or other significant others was a natural progression. Such instruments as the behavior assessment system for children and child behavior checklist were developed in 1990s and include report forms for the client and observers, client of parent and teacher. So psychometrics in counseling, as mentioned before, psychometric assessment or measurement or psychometrics or testing has become an integral part of counseling practice across the world. And therefore, training and assessment is essential of counselor training. Right? So training, according to CACREP, which is Council for Accreditation of Counseling and Related Education Programs based in USA, which is an accreditation institute agency in the US, identified assessment as one of the 8 common core curricular areas, competence areas, syllabus areas required for students in accredited counseling programs. Right? So as I said earlier, most counseling postgraduate programs in India that I know here, especially in Bangalore, have papers in assessment for counseling psychology programs. All the counselors receive training, but there is something else to that. Although counselors receive training and practice and assessment, the right for counselors to practice assessment in the US, perhaps it is true in other countries, is not a given right, as such rights are dictated by state licensing boards. This is really funny. The syllabus of curriculum has counseling. Our syllabus of counseling has assessment as papers, but there are boards, licensing boards, saying that counselors cannot use assessment. Even in India, non-counseling mental health professionals, I don't want to name, you also may be aware of this, non-counseling mental health professionals say that counselors cannot use assessments, which in my opinion is not correct. If a counseling student, a counselor has studied assessments, he or she must have the right to use them in his or her practice, provided he or she knows how to use them correctly and accurately. So coming to psychometrics in counseling, assessment is used across all counseling settings in a variety of ways. As I said earlier, counseling or clinical interview, diagnosis and treatment planning. As counselors meet with their clients, they make decisions on what problems to address, what interventions to attempt. Hence, assessment permeates every aspect of the counseling process. Assessments can be used for advocacy and placement. For example, there are situations like earlier ma'am was saying, this special education scenario, there are situations where certain schools are still unaware that, there are exemptions for language for certain subjects from ICSE board or state boards, NCRT or CBSE board, even certain colleges of where higher education is offered, they are not aware. So counselors can actually conduct assessments and speak for such clients, such students. Through careful assessments, clients may be provided or referred for special services. So counselors are both, they use assessments, they produce assessment data, which can be used for developing further assessments. While using assessment, counselors need to be aware of various types of assessment tools in order to select the best correct assessment, which is suitable for their individual clients. Counselors need to be well-rounded in their delivery of services. They should know application of both standardized and non-standardized assessment strategies, which are integral part of a competent or effective counseling. In addition, counselors need to be adept in administering, scoring, and interpreting. So we know that in UK, US, even in India, as we heard earlier, management people and others, recruiters, placement agencies use companies, employers use assessment tools, and therefore counselors must be trained in assessments. Counselors must know to use right tools for the right candidates in the right way. Occupational psychometric testing is another area where test tools are used for typical performance to assess areas such as personality, values, and motivation in a particular job. Also, maximum performance tests also used to assess candidates' verbal, numerical, general reasoning abilities. I want to get into development of a skill, which was a PhD thesis. I will just quickly mention. Right, there are several methods how tests can be done, tools can be developed. First one is the test conceptualization. First of all, you must know what is the concept, what is the construct that you are that you are using, on which you are going to develop a test. So test conceptualization includes defining a construct, conceptualize that you want to further. Before defining a construct, you conceptualize what is that. You must ask question, what is the test designed to measure? What question are you answering? What is the objective of the test? Once you do that, you define a construct, the concept, the variable, what it is. All right. Then you generate item pool or create an item pool. There are various ways of doing that. I don't want to discuss here. Mine was about counselors, so I interviewed counselors. Then you do the assessment of content validity. It can be multiple steps. I used a 3-step process to assign content validity, which was an expert validation, a validation by expert. Then you move on to actually using a scaling for your tools. What type of Likert or Likert type scale, other type scale, you decide what is best, or you use yes or no type of response. Then you do pilot test. Then you after pilot test, you get to know you need to make certain corrections, modifications to your test. So do your test administration or tryout, collect sample, do an item analysis, use item discrimination index. To exploratory factor analysis, now is a factorial or construct validity. There are certain statistics of Kaiser, Meyer, Olkin, and things like that, sphericity and things like that. After exploratory factor analysis, you do confirmatory factor analysis, which is not, I would not say a must step, but it's good to do that. Then you do internal consistency assessment or reliability or Cronbach's alpha. Then you do construct validation or convergent validity or divergent validity to another test. Then you develop norms. Then the final scale is there, and then you replicate and revise scale by collecting data again and going over all these processes again. All right, I will come to practical application. I think I have about 8 minutes of time. So I am more interested in this. Should we use psychometrics at all? Is using psychometric assessing or measurement or testing is necessary? Is this process of measurement or assessment good or bad, helpful or unhelpful? You know, there are both things that depends on the person and the client and who uses, how the tests are used, right? Tests can be misused. We know that from the history of psychometrics. If you read, so people who do not know what psychometrics about use tests, wrongly collect data, misinterpret, misrepresent, cause harm, right? But if you're rightly using, we have to make certain decisions, use certain judgments about certain people. Say if in the counselors have to make certain decisions, judgments about clients, or other people like teachers have to make certain decisions about students. Employers have to make certain decisions, judgments about employees. There are tests for psychologically healthy people from a positive psychology perspective to be assessed strengths, coping strategies. For not so healthy people, also there are tests like depression, anxiety, measurements. So while there is an advantage, the disadvantages, they're helpful, but while they test correctly used, rightly used for right people in the right way, in the right conditions, give us accuracy, specific information, and precise information. Therefore, accuracy, specificity, precision are hallmarks of right way of applying psychometrics. Can everything be measured, assessed? Can everything be assigned numbers? No, everything cannot be measured or assessed through standardized tests. Therefore, assessment of broader time, which can involve measurements which have quantitative aspects, numerals. There are other ways of also assessing. Different aspects of a human being are to be assessed or measured differently using different instruments, standardized and non-standardized. Different populations are to be understood, assessed differently. Should we measure or assess? That is something that we should keep in mind. Everything cannot be measured. Everything cannot be assessed also. Right? Why do we measure? We should ask this question. Why do we assess or measure? What do we assess or measure? How do we assess or measure? If we answer these questions before getting into measurement or assessment, I think our practice will be better. You know, Dr. Rupesh of Nimans, who has appraised, he has got his articles, he has made appraisal of a Vinay Kama test of intelligence. This article is available online, I think. He has also assessed Seguin Form Board tests, which so far has been using incorrect norms. So in the previously tests have been developed wrongly. They need to be assessed. All right. They need to be tested, reassessed, critically analyzed. While using psychometrics, we must choose the right type of assessment or a test. Know how to administer it. Know the administration conditions, the population, the culture, the instruction. There's a fad about, because of pandemic, this has become a mess actually. Also need, in a way, collecting data online. What I found in my students is, most often my research students, they collect a number of socio-demographic details and use multiple forms, multiple inventories, tests or scales at a time to collect data. I find it problematic. Why do you need to collect socio-demographic details which are not necessary for your objectives or your research? You know, the first people who take this test or take this fill up these scales or forms, they have to fill up first socio-demographic details like age, gender, or such things, which have nothing to do with the test, with the research. Then they have to fill up a number of forms, not one or two. Sometimes people have multiple objectives, use multiple forms, having certain 50 or 100 items, several forms. Do you think the people will rightly fill these forms? So the researcher will have finally findings saying that I have done this, I have collected I have analyzed this or that, but it's all wrong data, wrongly filled in. I don't know whether actually a person fills it up. Even if he or she fills it up, he is not in a good mood to fill it up when you have got lengthy forms. So this is one aspect you should keep in mind. Developing new tests based on the need, either standardized or non-standardized. That is something that we should always keep in mind. We can also do, so there's a need for career counseling these days, career assessment of students. We can use standardized tools for career assessment, but we can also do student profiling. We can guide students, we can do assess their aptitudes, interests, abilities, skill sets by using standardized assessments or by our interaction, interview, or other non-standardized assessments. And we can also give a good profile of youngsters. We can give profile using non-standardized assessment tools, interview or discussion, group discussion, right? GD is a common among employers. And we can profile, we can provide psychological profile of students. So these are my thoughts that I will just share. I will stop screen sharing here. If there are any questions, I don't think I will be able to stay till the end. If there are any quick questions based on what I know, what I presented, I'll be able to respond to you now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. If any of the attendees and participants have any questions for our speakers, please use chat box, or you can also unmute yourself.
Since I have another meeting shortly, I won't be able to stay till the end. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Pereira. It is very nice to follow the two important issues, that is the assessment and measurement difference. You can add the evaluation also, maybe if it is possible for you. Number one. And number two is the customized test during the counseling. So you have told about the non-standardized test, that is fine. But is it possible to do the customized test? Because that is very important, particularly in case of the psychological counseling. And you have given importance on particularly the assessment and measurement knowledge of the counselors. This is a very, very good idea. Thank you, Professor Perry. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say something. For example, a test is developed for a particular purpose on a particular variable by a particular author in a particular country, in a particular culture. Often these tests are culture specific, I would say. They are not tested on another population. For example, this stress questionnaires. Stress questionnaires across teachers, nurses, doctors, and all kinds of populations, stress questionnaire is used. I don't think it's the right way to use unless it is tested and tried. If psychometric properties are validated on another population, we should not use. And you must customize, as you are saying, you must adopt tests of a particular variable, of a particular population, particular region, particular culture to another culture, country, and population. Counselors or anybody, teachers, parents also can develop certain kind of non-standardized tools which need not have, psychometric properties of different types of validity and reliability and so on. They're better than just common sense. They may be between common sense and standardized tests. but I think they give some indication, if not absolute indication of or judgment of a particular client or a population. But they can be also corroborated with standardized tests.
So we have another question from Saptarishi Bora. He's a PhD research scholar from Assam. His question is how to use psychometrics in counseling purpose.
That's what I was saying. You can use standardized scales or tools in counseling depending on what is the need. Suppose I have a client who is depressed, who seems to have depressed. I can definitely use BDI, Beck's Depression Inventory, or I want to do assessment of suicidal ideation. I can use tool that is available for that. I can do Beck's anxiety scale, or there are, so you must know what scales are available, how to score them, how to administer them. So I can use. Sometimes, in counseling, I do a clinical case history, detailed case history. I do mental status examination. I may want to check the assess what I can also have a consultation with other family members, maybe a parent of a child, to know whether what the child is saying is correct, or with a teacher. I can interview teacher. I can consult parents. I can do other. Maybe I can do his look at his marks card, his recent. I mean, if it is a problem related to study. So there are a number of ways you can use standardized tools, non-standardized tools, interviews, observations. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one question. How can we increase the efficacy of the kind of researches which are done in counseling? Because so far the trend is to test the efficacy of therapy or some interventions. So what else can we, what are some topics which a researcher should look out for to contribute with his or her researches, specifically in related to psychometrics and counseling?
You see, if you ask me a personal opinion, the highest form of research study in any field is experimental. I think all of you will agree with me. Intervention study, experimental study, randomized controlled trial, RCT, right? But often, sometimes we cannot do such studies in counseling, and all attributes of a person cannot be tested or experimented using this. So we can use, for example, yeah. Also, there are limitations in this. There are, for example, therapies can be tested with pre and post assessments. You can use person-centered therapy, gestalt therapy with a control group and experimental group. We can use CBT, and such things can be done. We can use that, right? But certain experiences of clients in therapy, experiences of counselors, experiences of certain forms of therapy, which cannot be quantified. We cannot measure that with numbers. We need to use qualitative measures of interviewing. We have to use group discussions, what we call focused group discussions, or we have to observe from what we call from ethnographic studies, from participant observation. So these are also valid methods, provided you have followed a particular standard method of doing that. Right? There are certain guidelines available for doing interview or observation, participant observation, or non-participant observation, or doing focus group discussions. Right? If you follow, I think, yeah, that's good enough. Those we can use.
Thank you so much, sir. If anyone has questions for Dr. Gunte, Dr. Pereira, and Dr. Nita, you have 5 minutes before we move on to our technical session number 3, which is paper presentation. All right. I don't think we have many questions, and thank you for your response on the questions which have been there. And on behalf of RPRIT, I would like to extend a warm thank you to our speakers for attending and sharing their valuable insights in the applications of psychometrics in the respective fields. Thank you, Dr. Gunte and Dr. Pereira, and also Dr. Nita Jain for sharing their insights. I would like to call Dr. Datta Roy sir for extending thanks for our first two speakers.
Thank you, Priya. Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust is grateful for the two speeches, specifically when Professor Gunthey has given importance on the application of psychometrics in community development. This is a very good idea. I know that he is basically the community psychologist. And I am thankful to Professor Nita Jain because she has illuminated very nicely with also some of the films, that is Tare Jamin Par, about the intellectual disabilities and how we can apply the psychometric test for the welfare. And we are very much thankful to both Professor Gunthey and Dr. Nita Jain for extending their support to our cause, that is the cause of Rabindranath Tagore, that is inclusive education. And definitely I am waiting for the outlines. If we get the outline about the inclusive education and the RCI registered course and etc., we will try to present it to our academic council and of course our general body, so that we can think about how to execute the course. The trust is thankful to Professor Maxime Pereira for giving his valuable time to us to enlighten about the psychometrics, specifically to him, that is the assessment and measurement issues in counseling. That is very, very important, because I know that many of my students, they told me that is, sir, we are the counselor, so we cannot understand the psychometrics and we are not eligible to learn the psychometrics also. So this is not true. So what we have noted from the lecture of Professor Maxime Pereira. Thank you, Professor Pereira, for giving your valuable time for the cause of our trust. Thank you. And thank you, Priya, for nicely management of time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Gunte, Dr. Nita Jain, and Dr. Maxime Pereira for their valuable contribution. I hope you could stay for the valedictory, but as you had already mentioned that you have another lecture around 12, after 12. So we extend our thank you for attending and sharing your valuable insights in the field of counseling. We would be thankful for your insights, and now we would proceed to our technical session number 3, which would be chaired by Dr. Tushar Singh. Dr. Tushar Singh has an extensive body of research. He is an assistant professor from Department of Psychology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. And his problem-solving based researches and his insights on various researches in psychology have been remarkable. Thank you, sir, for joining our session, and agreeing to chair the paper presentation session. Sir, are you there? Please switch on your video so that we can see you. Dr. Tushar, sir. Okay, before we try to reach Dr. Tushar Singh, I have some instructions for all the presenters. As you have been instructed in your email that you would be asked to present your paper through your PPT presentation, and you were asked to prepare a presentation for 10 minutes, and which should cover your work, and you should be able to answer some questions that how your research would be applicable in applied psychology and how more value could be added to the field. And your presentation would be evaluated on the basis of content, method, and delivery. And before we proceed, I would be calling out names of the 6 paper presenters in our third session. So if you are there, please write present or some indication that you are present. So the first would be the role of lyrics and music in retrieval of dance sequences among dancers, Geetika R. Pillai and Anish Verma. Are you there? Please mark your attendance in the chat box. The second would be content validity of occupational interest inventory by Rishita Chakravarti. Third would be measurement of leadership effectiveness, a pilot study by Sharmin and Juhi Deshmukh. Fourth would be impact of organization climate on job satisfaction and work motivation among university teachers, Ms. Ruby Singh and Ms. Krishna Kumari Kuldeep. Fifth would be item construction for measuring environmental cleanliness and reuse attitude of college going student, Sharmina Singh Roy. Sixth would be a study on value profile similarity by Rosemol Thambi and Anushree Basu. So I hope all the paper presentations are ready. We wish you best of luck. And Dr.
Tushar is here. Tushar is here.
Dr. Tushar is here.
Tushar is
Yes,
here.
I am here.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Professor Rai.
Okay, so sir, I hope you have the scoring ready. Before we proceed, do you have anything to share to our paper presentation and attendees of our National Symposium?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for inviting me to chair this session and giving me the responsibility, which is a tough one, to evaluate the papers being presented. Okay, I have this, I would like to tell the participants and try not to take more than the time specified, because then it will kill time for other presenters, and it may impact you negatively by reducing some marks. Also, try to give more details on the method section, because it's a psychometric workshop. We would be really willing to know how you managed psychometrically to find out valid and reliable tools, to find out appropriate tools that was designed and developed for the population you tested, and briefly conclude your thing. I hope these all have already been sent to you in your guideline, but I just wanted to mention it because it's a psychometric workshop. So our focus especially is on the methodology of doing things and assessing your ability, and also to give you feedback on how to assess, how to find out valid and reliable tools for your study. So looking forward to hear you all. You may start now.
Thank you so much, sir. I would reiterate again that every presenter will get 10 minutes to present their work, which would also include their conclusion. And if sir has any questions, so please stick to your 10 minutes time limit, and wish you all the best. I would now call out the first person. Are you ready? The first person for the day is the paper titled Role of Lyrics and Music in Retrieval of Dance Sequences Among Dancers. The presenter for this paper are Geetika R. Pillai and Anisha Verma. If you have your presentation ready, please start sharing your screen. And the moment you start screen sharing would be the time, would be your start time. And from there, we would count for the next 10 minutes. So please start your screen sharing.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can you see my screen? Can I have a reply?
Yes. Could you please make it full screen so that we can read it properly? Slideshow.
You can just go to your view window and then present it as a slideshow. The review. The slideshow. Near the review record slideshow, you can see on the red ribbon. Animation slideshow. On the red ribbon, near to animation, there is slideshow. Right. To the right, yes. Here it is. From the beginning, you can start.
Okay, your time starts now.
Oh, good morning, everyone. My topic is what the role of lyrics, music, on the retrieval of dance sequences. And I will be briefly about study, the review of literature, objectives, methodology, research, discussion, conclusion, and the future of dance.
Ma'am, your voice is not very clear.
Okay. Is it any better now? Hello?
Yes, please.
Better now?
Yes, a little better. Please go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, the significance of the study is to check the role of lyrical music in the retrieval of dance sequences among dancers. Talking about the importance, it would aid us in comprehending the underlying cognitive processes and a person's ability to relate, understand, retain, remember, reproduce, and communicate the essence to others. The basic criteria of the study is to understand the mechanisms and logistics behind personal preferences, convenience, automatic connectivity, and the different strategies associated with learning and memorizing the dance sequence. Okay, now talking about the review of literature, there hasn't been a lot of research which checks the dance and music sync with respect to learning and memorization, but most of the significant researchers in this field was done by Michelle R. and Geller M., which study the embodied music, matching music and dance and memory. They investigated the capacity to discern a match between a piece of music and dance using an experimental method where 3 music and dance pieces were presented to the participants and they were asked to check the sync between it. The results showed that participants were capable of detecting a match between music and dance. Another research was conducted by Liu, Retd, and Gunte in the year 2014, which the title said that individual differences in beat perception affect gait response to low groove and high groove music. Behavioral experimental method was used to check the sync. The results show that the low group music was particularly detrimental to the gait and weak beat perceivers, indicating that both beat salience and beat perception skills are important, mediator in movement cueing. Blessing BE, the year 2015, conducted research in segmentation of dance movement, effects of expertise, visual familiarity, motor experience with music, to explore the visual familiarity with the observed movement and accompanying music effects, the segmentation of dance. The findings imply that dance expertise reduce the number of perceived segments boundaries in the observed dance phrase. One of the most recent research was done by Aviv B. and Merenberg N. to check the dancer's somatic of musicality, which explored the difference in the somatic of musicality among dancers. And rhythmic-based and melodic-based music were presented to the dancers, and their performances were checked according to the music and the dance floor. Findings imply that some dancers synchronize their movement better to the rhythm, while others do it better with melody. Kimura K. and Hosmi N. in the year 2012 investigated the acute effect of aerobic dance exercise program on neurocognitive functioning. They investigated and conducted a randomized controlled trial approach with 40 minutes aerobic dance program, and task was given to check the effect of dance on cognitive performance. The findings imply that dancers use auditory and temporal stimuli to prompt movement to the rhythm. Talking particularly about my research, the objective of the research is to understand the difference in the retrieval of dance sequences due to the variation in music, and also the difference in learning processes of dance among individuals. Another objective was to understand the difference in learning of dance sequences over 3 trials among the 2 groups of participants. Methodology. Quasi-experimental research design was used to study the effect of lyrical and non-lyrical music on the retrieval and learning of dance sequences. The tool used was 2 one-minute videos, which was self-made, and both the videos differ in the type of music played in the videos. The first video contained lyrical music, while the second video contained non-lyrical music, but the dance choreographies in both the videos were similar, a classical bit. The scores were obtained using standard scoring sheet, which was self-made and which was validated by dance experts, and it consists of dance sequences, and the scores was given to the participants according to the reproduction of the dance sequences accurately. Sample was classical dancers within the age range of 15 to 25 years. 60 trained classical dancers were selected for the experiment using the purposive sampling techniques. The dancers were randomly divided into groups of 2, having 30 participants each in group. Coming to the scoring and data analysis, the responses of the participants were scored using a scoring sheet, which was self-made. Each and every dance sequences were scored in accordance to the movements, gestures, postures, and set of steps they could recall. The entire dance sequences was scored out of 100. The total score of each trial were calculated, and also the sum total of the 3 trials were calculated to check the retrieval of the dance sequences. The first trial was calculated to be the immediate trial, and the sum difference of the third and the first trial was scored as the delta score. The result was formulated using Mann-Whitney U-test via SPSS software. The test results showed that there was no significant difference between the means of the 2 groups. So this was the result. The immediate score, that is the first trial score, and the delta score, which is the sum difference of the third and the first trial score, were taken. Mann-Whitney U-test showed that the immediate score 327.5 and the delta score 447 wasn't making any great significance in the results, which showed that there cannot be much differences in accordance to the lyrics and the dance, which was done in accordance to the participants. So the results indicate there is no difference between the lyrical and non-lyrical music with respect to learning. In other words, findings of this research indicate the type of music played would not have any effect on the process of retrieval and learning of dance sequences. The learning and retrieval capacity of an individual cannot be influenced by the type of music played, and it only depends on individuals' cognitive processes and memory. Each and every individual is different in accordance to the way they relate to music, dance, and the techniques they use in memorizing. So this can be highlighted in the way of attention, perception, recall, learning, and cognitive abilities of the dancers. And these factors guided to comprehend certain information which were different with the dancers. Okay. Another reason for the difference in the results was recall and learning over trials among the two different people. Learning and recall can follow the pattern of recency and primacy effect. The more better the participants recall the later movements or the earlier movements was dependent according to the recall or according to the visualization they had in the dance sequences. Another reason that was associated with the recall accuracy is the level of attention one paid specifically to the sub parts of the dance choreography, that is the music. Some people were more attracted to music, some people kept a real focus of the time, the moves, the hand gestures, and everything. So that the way they associated the dance sequence with music depended, and which led to a significant reason. To conclude my study, findings of studies reveal that there's no significant difference in learning. The reason for the results, the individual variance in the dance style would result in different perception, anticipation, and accurate recollection of moves. Sort of music performed had no effect on individuals' learning and retrieval ability. This entirely dependent on the cognitive process and memory recollection. And learning would be aided by person's ability to selectively focus on many components of things. Future research plans can be taken to explore more in the fields of dance to understand related to cognitive psychology, the influence of lyrical and non-lyrical music in learning and memorizing any particular dance sequences can be explored further. Cross-cultural research can be done to explore how lyrics and music would mark a difference in recalling and retrieval of dance sequences among students. It can also be used to check if there is any relation between the expertise, the more preference of a particular dance style or the expertise in a dance style has in learning with respect. The research can be conducted to check whether visualizing an individual dancing to help the participant recall and reproduce a choreography and watching a video of the person makes any difference in the retrieval and learning processes. It has been found earlier that the method of producing the video to the participants via the video mode or the actual mode makes a great differences in the way the person learns. Video mode may or may not help the person to recall all these steps in comparison to the other practical classes, the practical moves that the person is being. The references. Thank you.
Geetika, can you switch on your video?
Sure, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Geetika, for this wonderful presentation. I have gone through the dissertation you have sent, and while I like the concept, there were two major queries I had while going through, and I would like to ask you these two specifically. First is in your review of literature, in your dissertation as well as in your presentation, you have listed some studies that are done in the past. From the academic point of view, I would suggest, it is not a question, I would suggest that whenever we present review of literature, we don't only list the studies that is done in the past. The review of literature purpose is to go through the literature that is available and systematically analyze that and present your analysis of the literature. Okay, that should lead to the analysis should end with a rationale for your present study. While you have listed all the previous literature, there is no mention of why your research was done, why was it important, and what was the question which was not replied or by the earlier researchers. So the first question is, what was the exact rationale for your study? Because you have already mentioned that such works are done, plenty of works are done already in past. So why this research is important?
Sure, sir.
You may answer this question before I ask the next one.
Yeah, okay, sir. So, researches have been done in the past, but there were fewer researchers which talks about the dance and how it can be related to the learning and the memorization part of it. So that was a significant in my research, which I took dancers as a participant, and most of the researchers were there which checked the reading learning ability in the academic context, but dance or the art, how it is contributing to the cognitive effects, or how dancing can or any motor activity can lead to difference in the learning and the cognitive ability is what's significant in my research.
Okay. And the second question is, in your table, you have shown significance difference comparison between dependent and two dependent variables. You have written it is a Mann-Whitney test, but you have given values for Mann-Whitney U test, Wilcoxon W, and Z test. I could not understand why you have performed all these three tests together and what was the logic behind it.
Okay, so the main motive was to check the mean between the variables, which is the delta score and the independent immediate score.
Immediate score. But
Okay.
you have performed three tests, na? Mann-Whitney, Wilcoxon, and Z.
Yes.
Why three tests for the one analysis? For one thing? No idea. Okay, you must get an idea because it's usually not needed to perform three tests, and all the tests have a certain preconditions. Mann-Whitney U test, you will apply in certain conditions, and for those conditions, Wilcoxon W may not be important. Okay. For Z test, there is different preconditions, so that might not be important. So I would suggest for future, get an idea, get a command on why I'm doing a particular statistical tool I'm applying, and try to do that.
Sure.
Second thing is about psychometric. You have created two video clips you yourself created.
Yes.
Okay. So did you try to ascertain the comparability of the two? When we utilize any tool, and if we have to give two conditions to two group of participants, ideally the instrument that are being used should be comparable, and it must be ascertained before we actually conduct the experiment. So did you conduct some trial test to assure that the two videos created by you are comparable?
Okay, so yeah, so the videos were validated by dance scholars and who completed their PhD, and two of them checked the videos. Trial was done by them on their own students, and they only validated the scoring procedures as well according to the movements, the steps shown in the videos. So yeah, trial was done, and according to their trial and their validation feedback, the experiment was proceeded.
Okay, so you may give make a fair claim about the expert validity. Okay, Geetika, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter may be called.
Thank you, Geetika. Our next presenter is the paper titled Content Validity of Occupational Interest Inventory by Rishita Chakravarti. Rishita, are you there?
Yes,
Please
yes.
start presenting.
Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. You may go into slideshow mode.
Okay, your time starts now.
Okay, sir, will you please introduce the first slides? Sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. And thanks to the chairperson. The topic is content validity of occupational interest inventory. This is a pilot study. And the next Okay, next. Content validity of occupational test inventory. That is, the content validity refers to the extent to which the items on a test are fairly representative of the entire domain of the test, seeks to measure in this study correlation of item with the total score, indicates content validity as the item represents the domain characteristics. Occupational choice is not random, but an expression of our personality, and that occupational achievement, stability, and satisfaction depends on congruence or agreement between one's personality and job environment. Therefore, attention should be paid to develop realistic and valid psychological instruments for assessing occupational interest. And specifically here, it is our target to follow Professor John Holland's model of is widely used theory of occupational interest. It assumes that occupational choice is linked to vocational personality types. He suggested 6 types that can be broadly categorized into 2 dimensions: people and thing oriented, data and idea oriented. The 6 vocational personality types are realistic, investigative, artistic, social, entrepreneurship, and conventional. Next. Realistic individuals are active and stable and enjoy hands-on or manual activities such as building, mechanics, machinery operations, and athletics. They prefer to work with things rather than ideas and people. They enjoy engaging in physical activity and often like being outdoors and working with plants and animals. Next. Investigative individuals are analytical, intellectual, and observant and enjoy research, mathematical, or scientific activities. They are drawn to ambiguous challenges and may be shifted in highly structured environments. People who fall into this category enjoy using logic and solving highly complex abstract problems. Next. Artistic personality type uses their hands and minds to create new things. They appreciate beauty, unstructured activities, and variety. They enjoy interesting and unusual people, sight, texture, and sounds. These individuals prefer to work in unstructured situations and use their creativity and imagination. Next. The social type people are outgoing, friendly, and empathetic. If you are social on the Holland code scale, then others probably describe you as responsible and cooperative. You are idealistic with a strong personal value system that guides your every decision in life. Next. People who fall into the enterprising Holland Code category are adventurous and enthusiastic. If you are enterprising, you face challenges head on. You are a natural leader, confident and self-assured, and you have a talent for persuading others to see things your way. You are driven and ambitious. Next. Conventional people prefer to work in office settings in what could be considered traditional jobs. Clerical and administrative work is a good fit for conventional people, as well as careers that involve sitting at a desk and efficiently working through methodical, detailed tasks. So based upon these six types, we have developed one test, that is the occupational test inventory. Now I am requesting Rishita, please start the next.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for handing over to me. A very good afternoon to everyone present here today. And before starting, I'd like to wish you all a very happy Saraswati Puja and Vasant Panchami. This is Rishita Chakravarti, and now I will be discussing about the objective. So the aim of the study is to examine content validity of the occupational interest inventory. The next is the method. So data were collected from 40 college-going students using occupational interest inventory. Holland's occupational inventory, which is based on Rieseck model, was used as an instrument for data collection. And after collecting the data, point biserial correlation was computed using RPRIT to analyze the data. And this whole data collecting procedure was done through Google form, as you can see in the slide. Next comes the result slide. As you can see from the table, this is the correlation we have found out after analyzing the data. And in the next slide, you can see the bar graphs representing the most chosen occupations out of the 30 paired occupational choices. From the R or realistic domain, participants have mostly chosen military officer out of the other 5 choices. So total 30 out of 40 participants chose military officer as their occupational interest. In the same way, from the I or investigative domain, participants have mostly chosen the occupation of a computer programmer, total 33 out of 40 participants. Next bar graph represents the artistic or A domain, where it can be seen that participants have mostly chosen the occupation of an artist as their interest. Total 35 participants out of 40 have chosen this occupation. Next is the social domain, where we can see the occupation of a social worker was preferred mostly by the participants than the other occupational choices. Then in the next bar graph, we can see from the enterprising domain, the occupation of online merchant was preferred mostly by 34 participants out of 40. And the last, the C domain or the conventional domain, and the bar graph shows that most participants, 35 out of 40, have chosen the occupation of a banker out of other 5 choices from this domain. So now let's move on to the next slide. This is the discussion portion. So the findings of the study reveals that out of the 30 paired occupational choices and from realistic domain, occupations such as military officer, auto mechanics, carpenter, electrician, engineer, and plumber have been chosen by 75%, 40%, 35%, 53%, 68%, and 2% students respectively. The results also reveal that students have mostly associated with electrician occupation as the most realistic one rather than the occupation of a florist. On the other hand, the occupational choice of a plumber is least correlated as a realistic occupational interest. From I or investigative domain of Rieseck model, occupations namely chemist, mathematician, college professor, computer programmer, forester, and environmental scientist have been chosen by 43%, 35%, 70%, 83%, 45%, and 60% students respectively. The results also revealed that students have mostly associated with environmental scientist occupation as the most investigative occupation rather than the occupation of an architect. On the other hand, the occupational choice of a mathematician is least correlated as an investigative occupational interest. From A domain of Rieseck model, occupations namely artist, commercial artist, fine art teacher, photographer, video editor, and lyricist have been chosen by 88%, 38%, 55%, 65%, 53%, and 43% students respectively. The results also revealed that students have mostly associated with commercial artist occupation as the most artistic occupation rather than the occupation of an human resource director. On the other hand, the occupational choice of an artist is least correlated as an artist occupational interest. From social domain of realistic model, occupations such as foreign language teacher, high school counselor, horticultural worker, social worker, corporate trainer, and community health worker have been chosen by 50%, 70%, 68%, 90%, 48%, and 83% students respectively. The results also revealed that students have mostly associate with corporate trainer occupation as the most social occupation rather than the occupation of a chef. On the other hand, the occupational choice of a foreign language teacher is least correlated as a social occupational interest. From E-domain, occupations such as restaurant manager, shopkeeper, entrepreneur, salesperson, broker, and online merchant have been chosen by 55%, 33%, 58%, 13%, 30%, and 85% students. And students have mostly associated with entrepreneur occupation as the most enterprising occupation rather than the occupation of a library assistant. And on the other hand, the occupational choice of an online merchant is least correlated as an enterprising occupational interest. So, summarizing the whole result and findings, it can be said that using item total correlation coefficients, it is noted that the more number of items of the realistic, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional dimensions have high item total correlation coefficients, which indicates a good content validity of the tool. But number of items of investigative dimensions has low item total correlation. This study has also identified that few occupations are there which are unrelated to these dimensions. These are the two important findings of the study. Now, the next slide is the future plan. The aim of the study is to examine content validity of the occupational interest inventory. This study has identified a good content validity of the tool, but it also identified that few occupations are there which are unrelated to these dimensions, so that those items need modification to yield better result in future. The limitation is Holland theory have few main concepts. The focus is too wide. So for the next study, researcher can narrow down to one of the main concept of Holland theory on the realistic job personality. This review can have positive impact on future Holland theory research and for counselor training curriculum development. By understanding the difference of the client, counselor could understand more about their client. Modification of some occupational choices needed to be made in order to bring out more association between the occupational choices and the interest area in the students, which in turn will help career counselors and students to gain the best insight about their future occupational interest areas more accurately. These are the references, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Rishita. Can you switch on your camera?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good work. As already said by Professor Roy that it is an ongoing study. I'm sure that there are many more results and there would be many more participants, because as of now the sample size is less. Few things I could not understand in your presentation as well as the paper you have submitted. First one is the correlation table. When you write a paper, you should write the title of the table, okay, and what you get from the table. In your paper, you have just pasted the table. There is no title and there is no interpretation of what the title, what the table says. Okay, but in your presentation, you have said that this table is about point by serial correlation. Okay. So by saying it point by serial correlation, I assume that one of the variable which you subjected to correlation was a dichotomous variable. Is it true?
Hello?
Yes.
This is true.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So as I also know, I just wanted to get it from you because in recent questionnaire, the participant have to give only one choice, whether he agree or not. So if he says agree,
no,
then
no, sir. This is not like that. Actually,
yes.
there are two occupations presented. So if they
Okay.
present, for example, the first one, maybe the some audiometrician and the military officer. So
Yeah.
if the choice is military officer, that means that individual is realistic type. So this
Yes.
is the assumption. So that is the 1-0.
Yeah, 1-0.
So in
That
this
is, yeah.
way, 1-0. So realistic is the total score, and this 1-0 means 1 is military officer and 0 means audiometric. So that is
Yes.
the 1-0.
Yes. Yes. Even I understood that once a person is taking 1, then the other one is already 0. So yeah,
Yeah,
that is true. That is a valid category. So you have calculated point by serial correlation.
Yes.
But in your discussion, you have said that some of the items show very high correlation. But in your correlation table, I could not see any high correlation. Some of the only 2 items I can see they are above 7.7. One is 0.77 and one is 0.73. That is in realistic category. But all other correlations are below 0.6. There are some on 0.61 and 0.62. So should we call it a good correlation or high correlation?
Possibly she is interested to tell that is whether it is significant or not. So that is the based upon the significance, not the high or the low correlation.
Yes.
It is a question of the significance. And she is
Yes.
supposed to collect the more number of data, as you suggested.
True.
Definitely she will collect more number of data and she will validate the model.
Yes, Rishita, I just wanted to point out this, that whenever we present results, we have to be very careful about the terminology we are using. Okay. So when it is significant, you cannot say it high, because there are some criteria to say a correlation high, good, average, below average. You need to be very careful about it. And definitely when you collect more data, probably these correlation value will change and most of the correlation may come high. You have said that you had to change some items to suit it to the participant characteristics in India, because it was already very well noted by the earlier speakers that any test developed in the other context, if we are using in different context, we need to adopt it according to the context. So you have already said that you modified some of the questions. Okay. So probably when you are going to work on the complete dissertation, you should also report the expert rating or some sort of evidence that the modifications done by you in the questionnaire was appropriate. Okay, so that is only a suggestion, that's not a question. Okay, Rishita, thank you. Thank you, sir, for guiding this wonderful work, which is much needed.
Sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rishita. Our next paper presenter is the paper titled Measurement of Leadership Effectiveness, a Pilot Study by Sharmin Palsetia and Juhi Deshmukh. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharmin Palsetia. The co-author and my guide could not be here because of her other commitments. So I'm here to present the paper titled Measurement of Leadership Effectiveness, a Pilot Study. So these are the contents: introduction, literature review and theoretical perspective, objective, method and data analysis of test construction, results, future plans and implications, and references. So to begin with, psychometric assessments would help us understand the cognitive abilities, personality traits, behaviors of a person. And it also helps us in fulfilling one of the principle or tenet of psychology, that is prediction. So researchers nowadays, as well as the practitioners, are recognizing the importance of these psychometric assessments. And basically, it will also help in augmenting the use of these tools when it helps to identify and provide an indicator for the leader's effectiveness. So the role of a leader is equal to being a catalyst in bringing about the change. and also to handle strategy, manage resources, inspire the team, and still be empathetic and humane. So this is the proposed model for my test, which has 5 factors: strategic leadership, change leadership, operational leadership, performance leadership, and entrepreneurial leadership. And it's abbreviated as scope leadership factors with its interpretation, and it has 5 behavioral factors or attributes in each of the factors. So the literature review and theoretical perspective, the theory behind this particular proposed model is leadership behaviors, which talks about that in this view, leader depends more on appropriate behaviors, skills, and actions rather than depending upon the personality traits or any innate endowment. Studies like Puranik V, Yasin, Durga, Bal and Twin, John Upadhyay, Bhattacharya, all were of these opinion that leadership effectiveness is important for an overall effectiveness or bringing about the correct outcomes of the organization. Better strategies help in bringing about better leadership effectiveness. Effective leader needs to be visionary in nature, and they also need to bring about innovation in the organizations. But as sir had already specified, what was the purpose of giving this test again? I have noticed that during the literature review, two lacunae were there. The first one specified that there are many models and psychometric tools on understanding the personality traits, transformational and transactional leadership, but very few on understanding the behavioral attributes of the leader. And second, there are severe dearth in the Indian studies basically on the behavioral attributes of a leader, especially leadership effectiveness. The objective of the study is to construct leadership effectiveness index based on the scope leadership behavioral attributes. Method and item analysis for the test construction. First, we began with the pooling of the items. So a total of 375 items were pooled in, which is equal to 15 items per behavioral attribute. So there are 5 factors. So 75 items per factor were pooled in. Followed by the verification from the 6 experts was conducted. Over here, the 2 experts were from academics, 2 from psychometrics background, and 2 from IT and ITS leaders. How was the data analyzed from this SMEs? Post the SMEs verification, the items which were told as relevant were retained. The items which were irrelevant were deleted or modified to a certain extent. Then we also looked in at how these items are also suitable for the 5 behavioral attributes that are mentioned under each of the factors. So after this step, total of 271 items were retained for the next step of item analysis. So the next is the data collection and scoring for item analysis method or the step. Data was collected from 100 male and 100 female leaders, and they belonged to the medium and large scale IT and ITS industries. They also belong to right from the team leader dimension up until the top management. For this purpose, the test was a 5-point Likert scale from 5 to 1, strongly agree to strongly disagree, and few of the items also had reverse scoring to break the monotony in the response set or to break the response set of the subjects. Results after the completion of statistical analysis that is required, index of discrimination and internal consistency reliability was checked. The statements having correlations only above 0.30 according to the ABILS guidelines for item discrimination were retained, and internal consistency was calculated using alpha coefficients. These are the descriptive statistics showing for each of the 5 factors of leadership effectiveness: the mean, standard deviation, skewness, standard error, kurtosis, its standard error of kurtosis, and the total number of items was 271. This is the table showing the ranges of item discrimination and reliability for scope factor. So item discrimination, as it was stated, only the items which had correlations above 0.30 were retained. And these are the reliability coefficients for the items that were retained, for 48 items, 51, 55, 59, 59, respectively. So the future plan for the research is to finalize the scale with all the standardization process to find the norms and create a manual for this particular test. The researchers also plan to create the scope model of leadership effectiveness, which has been proposed. So qualitative paper has already been in work for creating this model. After the test is ready, this test, we believe that it will help being a diagnostic tool in understanding the leadership attributes or the behavioral attributes and providing certain kinds of trainings or intervention to kind of enhance the behavioral attributes in these leaders. This can also help in assessment centers wherein generally behaviorally based selection procedures are used. It will also be very helpful in trainings and interventions. Most of the times the focus on behaviometry, which talks about building skills and behaviors for a particular concept, is required. So this test will be a kind of one step forward for focusing on behaviometry. And also this study can add to the literature review of the said topic. These are my references. And just to show you the format of the verification, so these were the formats that were sent to the subject matter experts, where the item was given. It was stated for which dimension the item has to be marked in, whether it's relevant or irrelevant, and then also stating in which of the behavioral attribute the statement would match. Once the data was procured, the analysis of responses from the subject matter experts was done. So if originally the researcher thought that the item belongs to the first behavioral attribute and the others also believed the same, the item was retained in the same behavioral attribute. But if they thought that it does not belong to that behavioral attribute but to something else, then the items were edited and reflected in those particular behavioral attributes. So this was how the pilot had been taken place. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Sharmeen. Good work indeed, but I found some issues in your presentations. It might be something which you missed, or it might be indicating some other problem.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at your descriptive tables.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as I could understand from your presentation, there were around 50 items in each dimension. Am I correct?
75. Yeah.
No, final items on which you have made your analysis. So for dimension S, I guess in next slide, next table, you have written 48 items were there.
Yes, sir. Out of 75 for each of the domain, the reliability showed high correlation.
48 items. 48 items. Okay. So if in first dimension there are 48 items and they are rated on 5-point rating scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Was it right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then if a person rate 48 items and give rating to 1 on all the items, minimum score should be?
It will be 48.
48. So in that case, mean of that dimension cannot be less than 48.
Okay.
Okay. But in your all dimensions, mean is reported as 8, 9, 10, 8, 7. That is statistically not possible. If you are reporting the mean of scores for 48 items on a 5-point rating scale, the least mean could be 48.
Oh, okay. Maybe I have taken it for that particular item and that is why it is not reflecting. Maybe I have
if
taken
we take
it.
Yes, if we take it for one item,
Yeah.
There are 5-point rating scale and the maximum is 5. So if the maximum response is 5, mean cannot be 8.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
So there is
Maybe.
some serious error with the table. You need to check it, whether you
Right,
have
right.
reported mean rightly.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and accordingly, the SD cannot be 1.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so this
Maybe
table
it has
is,
been taken for that item per, the items.
yeah, but even
Maybe
for
it has
that,
been combined or
it
something.
cannot be, yeah, it cannot be this much. Mean cannot be 8. If
Okay,
you have
okay.
taken for each item, it cannot be more than 5. Even 5 is high, but it cannot be more than 5 statistically. And if you have computed for all the items in that um, dimension, it cannot be more less than 48 if there are 48 items.
Right, right, right.
Okay, so
Right.
there
Need
is
to
some
check this
problem, yes, with the reporting of this.
Okay, sir.
Now
I
next
will
you
mark that.
have reported the item discrimination index.
Yes.
You have reported that minimum 0.30 is good item discrimination. But is there any maximum range for item discrimination?
It's 1, sir.
Yeah, but
The
1
ABELS
is the,
guidelines give it till 1 or 0.99 to 1.
yes, that is the highest range possible.
Yes.
Okay, -1 to +1. But when we take discrimination, we avoid those items which are high on scale. For example, 0.99. Okay.
Okay.
A high discrimination says that it is a very difficult item for most of the participants. Okay. So when you consider item discrimination in itself, it says something else. But if you'll go into the relationship between item discrimination and item difficulty, it is usually suggested that you avoid those items which have a very high and near perfect correlation, which is being indicated by 0.99.
Okay.
Okay.
Noted.
So you need to check for those also. And
Okay,
when
sir.
you will do this, these items and the reliability may improve.
Sure, sure, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Third is your sample. How many people were there in your sample?
200, sir. 100 male and 100 female leaders.
200. Okay. And then in your table, the descriptive table, you report n is equal to 271. How is it possible? If there were total 200 people, it cannot be 271.
Yeah, it was based. I think there is some issue with that table. I have
Yeah.
done it with the number of items. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that is
Actually.
a wrong analysis. Okay,
Right.
so you need
Right.
to take care of that, and before you write paper on this, you need to
Hmm.
be very sure, take help of somebody who knows the statistics.
Right. Right.
And
Right. Sir.
yeah, be very sure that whatever you are reporting is correct.
Sure. Sure, sir. Thanks
Okay,
for the
Sharmin,
input.
thank you.
Yes.
Thanks a
Thank you,
lot.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharmin. And next we have impact of organization climate on job satisfaction and work motivation among university teachers. It would be presented by Ms. Ruby Singh and Ms. Krishna Kumari Kuldeep. Are you ready? Please start presenting.
Yes, we are ready. And good afternoon to Tushar sir and all participants in this symposium. And it will take 1 minute to present the slide, and after that we will start our presentation. So, am I clearly audible?
You're audible, but your screen, I think you're presenting from phone. Can you tilt it so that we can see the full screen?
Okay. Now clear?
You can make it in apps, landscape mode. This is in, yes, it is better now. Okay, your time starts now.
Sorry for the inconvenience. And I am presenting this piece of research paper in collaboration with Ms. Krishna Kumari Kuldeep. And this is the topic, the title for this research paper is Impact of Organization Climate on Job Satisfaction and Work among Universities. So we have divided this presentation in two parts. First one is introduction and review of literature is delivered by my colleague and my friend, Ms. Krishna Kumari Kuldeep. And after that, the other part like research methodology, result and discussion and summary. I will summarize the other part of this research paper. So I am giving the opportunity to Kumari Kuldeep to present review literature.
Miss Ruby, your voice is breaking. Could you please? Your voice is breaking, Ruby.
Wait.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're audible now.
Okay, so Krishna, are you there?
Yes. Yes,
So
Ruby.
Krishna will present introduction and review of literature.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Myself, Krishna Kumari Kuldeep. Okay, Ruby, please jump to next slide.
Is it not visible to you, introduction?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, your screen is also visible. You are audible as well. Please go ahead.
Okay. First, I am going to start with introduction. So we have taken three variables in our study. First, organizational climate. Organizational climate is a system which helps in understanding the problems and challenges of organizations. It is described as a set of perceptions which individuals have about different work aspects in organizations. Work motivation. Work motivation is a set of energetic forces that originate both within as well as beyond an individual's being to initiate work-related behavior and to determine its form, direction, intensity, and duration. Third is job satisfaction. Job satisfaction is defined as the extent to which an employee feels self-motivated, content, and satisfied with her job. Job satisfaction happens when an employee feels he or she is having job stability, career growth, and comfortable work-life balance. Ruby, please jump to next slide. Ruby, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So there are several studies related to these variables. First, Ryan Alfonso, they did their study in 2017. The objective of the study is to examine the impact of organizational climate, motivation, and job satisfaction on organizational commitment. They have taken 205 employees, or they used a structural equation model. Their findings were organizational climate has a positive impact on job satisfaction, motivation has a positive impact on job satisfaction. Second is Saurabh Ghosh and Dr. Parikshit Joshi. Their objective were to study the relationship that exists between the different variables of organizational climate and job satisfaction among academic staff. They were taken 500 academic staff of private universities in Western UP, Delhi and NCR, India. Design were used frequency, mean, standard deviation, Pearson product movement correlation, coefficient, multiple regression, and ANOVA. Their findings were there is a significant positive relationship between organizational climate and job satisfaction among academics. Third one is of Muhammad Hasib, Javir Ali, Muhammad Shairer, and Shamas Bhatt. To study the main objective of the studies to study the relationship between organizational climate and employees' motivation. 130 employees of 22 industries of Sialkot were taken. They used correlational analysis, and their findings were organizational climate has significant relationship with employees' motivation. Ruby, please jump to next slide. Okay, the fourth one study is of Sanat A. Alzami. Their objective were to explore organizational climate as a predictor of job satisfaction of employees from Kuwait industrial companies. They taken 350 employees of Kuwaiti industrial companies. They used correlational analysis, and their findings were there is a significant positive relationship between organizational climate and job satisfaction among employees in these companies. Fifth one is Simin Gavivkar and Nova Shalia Pillai. Their objective were to examine the relationship between organizational climate and teachers' job satisfaction. They taken 245 teachers from 6 government secondary schools of Sabah, Malaysia. They used quantitative method and correlational analysis. Their finding was there is a significant positive relationship between school organization climate and teachers' job satisfaction. Sixth one is F.F. Ahmad, Magad, Mola, and Fatma Abid. Their objective were to assess the effect of organizational climate on job satisfaction. They used 120 male and female of clinical instructor at the Faculty of Nursing, Cairo University, and they used descriptive exploratory design, and their findings were the clinical instructor have moderate level of job satisfaction and organizational climate. There are positive correlation between organizational climate and job satisfaction and job satisfaction dimension. Seventh one is
you may please skip all these details of to save
okay.
time. You should jump on to the main part of your presentation.
Okay, then Ruby, please continue from next slide. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thanks, Krishna, for this for presenting the introduction and review of literature for this research paper. Now I am continuing this research paper. Objectives of this study is the first one is to study the relationship between climate and work among university teachers, and the second objective is to explore the relationship between organizational climate and job satisfaction among university teachers. Now the next is hypothesis. So we have two formulated hypotheses for to solve the statement of the problem for this research paper. First hypothesis is there would be significant relationship between organizational climate and work motivation. And the second is it is expected that job satisfaction is related to organizational climate. Now the next topic title is methodology. So methodology, the first one is sample. So the sample of 100 university teachers was selected from the university, and I mean university teachers, and by using purposes sampling method. From which 50 were males and 50 were females, and age range of participants is between 30 to 40 years. Next is about variables. So the criteria variables in this research paper, the first one is organizational climate and second is work motivation, and the predictor variable is job satisfaction. The tools which we use in this research paper solve the research problem and to collect the data from our participants is organizational climate inventory given by Somnath Chattopadhyay and KG Agarwal. Second is work motivation questionnaire given by KG Agarwal, 1971. And the third is job satisfaction scale given by Dr. Amar Singh and Dr. T.R. Sharma. So these are the tools used in this study. Now, the next part is statistical analysis. So to summarize the data was coded and the test scores were obtained. Summarize the data through inferential and descriptive statistical techniques. The collected data was organized in Microsoft Office Excel and entered into SPSS for further analysis. So here is the result and discussion. So the first one table is about mean and standard deviation of organizational climate, work motivation, and job satisfaction. We can observe the data in this table, like organizational, for example, organizational climate mean of 230.1600 and standard deviation is 32.88140. Similarly, work motivation and job satisfaction, the variable of work motivation and job satisfaction is analyzed, and mean and standard deviation we can observe in this table. The next is that the table 2 is related to the correlation of organizational climate with work motivation. So this is the main result of this research paper, and our correlation is significant at the level of 0.01 level. So according to this table, the correlation coefficient between organizational climate and work motivation is 0.615, and this relationship, I mean this a correlation signifies that there is good relationship exists between organizational climate and work motivation, and this result we can conclude that hypothesis 1 is accepted and there is significant positive relationship between organizational climate and work motivation. Similarly, organizational climate, as we have very much knowledge about the organizational climate and work motivation, and we have found that there is positive impact of organizational climate on the level of work motivation. So organizational climate plays an important role among the deciding the behavior or workers, and they, sorry for the mistake, of workers, and therefore the performance of the organization. So organizational climate is outlined as shared perceptions or prevailing structure norms for concluding workplace activities. So this is the result of hypothesis 1. Now, the next is correlation of organizational climate and job satisfaction. With the help of this table, we can observe the result, I mean the data analysis, and the correlation is significant at the 0.0 level. So according to this table, the correlation coefficient between organizational climate and job satisfaction is 0.730. And according to this data, hypothesis is accepted, and it is concluded that significant positive relationship organizational climate and job satisfaction, and organizational climate has a positive impact on the level of job satisfaction. So this is the result and the proof of hypothesis 2. Now the summary of research is that percentage of research focuses on the impact of organizational climate on work motivation and job satisfaction. And ultimately, the results have shown the significant relationship of organizational climate with work motivation and job satisfaction. Now, hence it deserves the further investigation to overcome the limitations. So definitely, we have some points for the future plan as per the discussion. So as the research was limited to only one organization, it can be extended to larger geographical area and to more organizations. The second is that this study has been conducted between the age group of 30 to 40. So thereby any other age group which fulfills the objectives of the study can be conducted. Third is number of participants can be increased. And the fourth is other relevant variables can be used with the current variables like stress management. How can stress, work stress, organizational climate helps to manage work stress and all. This was our references for this research paper. Thank you. This was our presentation about the impact of organization climate on work motivation and job satisfaction among university teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Can you come on camera? And Krishna also, if possible.
Krishna, are you there?
Hello? Yes.
Yes. So first of all, I would like to ask you people about the rationale of this work. Considering that organizational climate, work motivation, and job satisfaction relation is explored in numerous studies, countless studies. So what was the new thing you wanted to explore with this study?
Sir, the first thing is that I want to clear the first statement is that the difference between other reviews of literature is that those studies were conducted on like bank managers and like on military personnel and other administrative jobs and work areas. But particularly if we talk about in universities, there is, I think, some limitations is there to conduct the researches, and that's why we opt university teachers as our participants to fulfill the data and to complete this research paper.
Well, actually, if you carefully search the literature, there are sufficient study on university teachers also. Even in my department, in Banaras Hindu University Psychology Department, there are more than a dozen of research, dissertation, PhD work on university teachers on different variables, including organizational climate and job satisfaction.
Yes,
But
sir,
still, it's okay. If I accept your rationale to do it on university teacher, why you think university teachers' result will be different from other professionals on which you claim that work is done? What is distinct about university teacher in this study?
Sir, I think there is a difference of giving comfortable environment, and university environment is totally support student teachers learning perspective. I mean teacher learner approach, so that not only students as well as teachers can grasp the knowledge and learn the new skills related to their paper and new pedagogies related to that thing. But as compared to other I mean, it's not about 9 to 5 job as compared to other organizations. It's about 24 hours jobs. We support our students, and we work for not for the same goal as compared to other organizations. They work for same goal like bank jobs and they work for the financial nature of work. But in our, we have different kind of training programs, workshops, and I think the responsibility of teachers is quite misunderstood in this reference. So that's why it's important to understand the organizational climate in reference to university, especially campus life, and after that, so that we can find out those psychological correlates and variables that can support our organizational climate, as well as with the help of those supporting variables, we can practicize those variables, and this will help to satisfy the job rational and enhance their motivation for the same. This is the main objective.
Yes. So, yes, you have tried to justify it that the climate in which organizational climate in which teachers work is entirely different from other professionals.
Yeah, sir, it's
But
totally
then
different.
you have chosen a tool for measuring organizational climate that was developed in 1971,
Ji,
50
sir.
years back. Do you believe that the organizational climate at that time when this questionnaire was developed and
Sir,
present time, it's the
this
same?
is, I have observed this, I mean, mistake. And due to lack of time, I mean, lack of availability of test, we have chosen this particular questionnaire to collect the data due to lack of time that we have.
Yeah, but then if you are using such a old tool, you should report the psychometric property of the test for the
Yes,
current sample.
we have sent those information in our full research paper. We have sent that information.
No, I couldn't see it in the research, in the paper you have sent. The paper only have mean SD and the correlation values.
Okay, sir. So
It's all right. The next question is, you collected data on 50 male and 50 female participants.
So, sir, it's not about comparison between on the basis of gender. It's not about like we are conducting finding the gender differences between male and female university teachers. It's not like that. Just to avoid biases and just to give some clarity or similarity in our data, we use 50 male and 50 female
Yes,
universities.
but in that case, if you are not interested in seeing the differences, in that case, when there are categories in the sample, while reporting any parametric statistics, we must control for those variables. Okay. So your correlations are not controlled for gender.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So you must take care of this while you are writing paper and are ready to send it to some journal.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ruby, and thank you the other person for this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have one question, Ruby. That is, when organizational climate is multidimensional, why do you study that is a unidimensional approach? Because
no, it's multidimensional, and we have informed about them in our full research paper, and we can see there that I mean. In our PPT presentation, we have not mentioned those particular due to the limitation of words and due to limitation of time, but in our full research paper, we have mentioned those detailed dimensions there in our introduction part.
Okay.
So shall we proceed further?
Yeah, please proceed.
Up next, we have the paper titled Item Construction for Measuring Environmental Cleanliness and Reuse Attitude of College-Going Student. It would be presented by Sharmana Singh Roy and Dr. D.D. Roy.
Thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's
Hello?
visible. Could you please
Okay.
make it full screen?
Okay. Can I remove this, basically this line here? Is it possible? Okay.
You can slideshow.
No, I have already started slideshow, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, is it visible? I have already shared.
No, slideshow is not visible.
No?
We can
Okay,
see your entire screen.
Let me share it again.
F5. Sramona, please apply F5. F5 is slideshow.
Is it visible now?
It is visible, but it is not the slideshow.
So I have already slideshow করেছি, but wait.
Okay.
You can try presenting once again. Maybe it would help.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Is it now okay?
No, it is still.
Or maybe I just can stop sharing.
Yes,
and I can
you can stop sharing and you start again.
Okay. Okay, is it okay now?
Yes, it's full screen now. Please go ahead. Your time starts now.
Yeah. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sramona Sinharoy, currently studying Masters in Psychology from Banaras Hindu University. And today I'll be presenting a joint research work which was done under the guidance of Dr. Devdulal Dattaray Sir, Head and Associate Professor of Psychology Research Unit, ISI, Kolkata. So the title of today's presentation is Item Construction for Measuring Environmental Cleanliness and Reuse Attitudes of College-Going Students. So these will be the contents that I'm gonna talk about. And in introduction, if you see my title, so it's basically, if I divide it, then it contains three major parts. One is item construction, another one is environmental cleanliness, and the third one is reuse attitude. So environmental cleanliness and reuse attitude, these are my variables. So environmental cleanliness is the degree to which people keep their surroundings clean, and reuse can be, as the name implies, means again and again, and use is basically utilization. So reuse is an act of using a particular object or a thing for at least for more than once. So these are the literature reviews that I have done. So in summary, I can say the literature suggests that children are more sensitive to pollutants than adults, and also green environments have a positive impact on our self-esteem and mood, and also the presence of water generated the presence of water also have a very positive impact on our mood and self-esteem, and presence of community practice on water reduction and waste separation was strongly correlated to a sense of cleanliness in the community. Occupant health is significantly affected by neighborhood building height, building density, and cleanliness. We have also found significant positive relationship between culinary attraction, cultural inheritance, and nostalgia. So research objectives. So my research objective was to construct items that measure individuals' attitude towards environmental cleanliness and reuse attitude. So rationale of the study. So while literature survey, we found there is a lack of standardized tool that measures this particular domains. Most of the researchers that they have done, there are more like qualitative, where researchers have asked their participants to give a retained format or something like basically their emotions over the particular environment. And also by creating the scale, we tried to generate research interest among the young researchers of the particular domain, and to make existing environmental courses more fruitful, because we have environmental courses here in India also, but if we can incorporate if like for an example,
the domains that we have worked with, the environmental cleanliness and reuse attitude. So by using the scale, if we can understand the attitude of my students over this two particular domains, then I can make my courses or curriculum more individualistic. And method. So in this study, participants refers to the experienced person. So we have already set some criteria that our participants have to be expert in this particular domain. Like for an example, they have to be environmental activist, or they have to be a teacher of the environmental studies and all. So data, we have used snowball sampling, and by using that, data were collected from 11 experts. Among them, 7 were male and 4 were female, with age ranging from 22 to 53 years. Mean age was 29 and standard deviation was 11.79. So tools. So for tools, like we have for second screening, there we have prepared 5 dichotomous items with the response category of yes and no. So, and secondly, there was environmental cleanliness questionnaire that was of 11 item, 5-point rating scale, agree to disagree domain. And for reuse, we have created 17 item, 5-point rating scales. So these are the procedures that we have followed to construct a scale. So first we have decided our objective. So our objective was to construct a scale that can measure these particular domains. And the second was to operational definition of the construct. Third one was to develop of universe of content, so for which we have generated more 36 items. And the fourth one was method of sampling, where we selected the judges by using snowball sampling, and then we administered the questionnaires, and then we analyzed the psychometric properties of it. So procedure, in procedure section was, we also followed some precautions while creating the items. So they were basically factual statements. We avoid the factual statements, and the statements relevant to the present constructed were only included. Each statement contains only one complete thought. Simple, clear, and direct sentences were chosen. The words like and, but, etc. were avoided. Statements that are likely to be endorsed by almost everyone or by no one were avoided. Statements that refers to the past rather than to the present were also avoided. And for data collection, we chose a web-based survey. And results, as you can see, this this pie diagram is basically indicates the frequency of expert responses yes in the particular given. So this was our second screening to understand the suitability of the judges. So results reveal that all judges are environmentally conscious with a mean of 3.45 and standard deviation of 0.93. And these two tables are, the first table is basically the mean score distribution for environmental cleanliness, and the second table suggested the mean score distribution for reuse attitude. So we set a criteria that we will choose only those items whose mean score is greater than 3. So by you can see, like in this environmental cleanliness domain, we have basically rejected 5 items, and in this reuse domain we have rejected 2 items. They are colored red. And selection of items based on standard deviation. So from the each domain, only those items were selected whose standard deviation were less than 1. Because as you can see, like we have very less number of participants, so low standard deviation indicates low inter-rater or intergroup variability. So that's why we prioritize the standard deviation more, and thus 14 items out of 19 and 15 items out of 17 were selected from environmental cleanliness and reuse attitude on the basis of only standard deviation. And the table is basically suggested this both the standard deviation and the mean of the items. I'm sorry. Yeah, so final selection of the item were based on both mean and standard deviation. So we basically combined the 2 criteria. The first one, we will choose the items that's mean is basically greater than 3 and standard deviation less than 1. So finally, we have selected 3 items from environmental cleanliness domain and 11 items from the reuse domain. And in the selected items, this column, you can basically see the number of items. So these are basically the final items that we have selected. And in discussion, we can say like 36 items were firstly, our item pool contained 36 items, and then both mean and SD were used to select the good items. Items with high matching, it means greater than 3, mean score of greater than 3, and less intergroup variability were selected. Based on this criteria, 3 items from environmental cleanliness and 11 from reuse attitude domain were selected. When the criterion of SD was not considered, 11 items from environmental cleanliness and 15 from reuse were selected. Since the number of judges was very small, so that's why we have to prioritize the standard deviation part. And the possible reason of rejecting that much number of items, like there are around 22 items that we have rejected, so may be attributed to a number of factors like complex sentences, superlatives, ambiguous meaning of the words and all. And implication, so this particular scale can help us, like after more further processing, obviously it can help us to revise the curriculum of environmental studies, to understand students' attitude towards environmental cleanliness and reuse, to make school college environment more engaging by understand students viewpoints over the cleanliness and reuse, over the cleanliness of the particular institute. Limitations of one limitation was sample size, then methodological limitations. Some of our items were faulty that we understood after the analysis. And online data collection. And future plan is to revise a revision of the, we'll try to revise the items which were previously rejected. We'll work on the limitations of this current research. We will also we'll try to gather more data, and we'll try to go for item analysis and the more further psychometric properties. And these were the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharmana.
Yes, sir.
Indeed, it's a very good effort to develop a questionnaire which is a less explored but much needed area. So congratulations for that.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to indicate some of the things which I noted during reading your paper. One, in your operational definition of both environmental cleanliness and reuse, you have used the term how people feel. Okay. You might be knowing that operational definition is very important because they guide us to develop the questionnaire.
Yes, sir.
In both the definitions, you have used about how people feel. Okay. And the questions you have made, most of the questions use the term how I think. Do you believe feeling and thinking aspects are same?
So there is relationship definitely, because the affective and attitude is basically a cluster of your affection, your cognition, and your behavior. So basically, of course, there is relationship. And while constructing the scale, me and Devdullah Dattara sir both were basically trying to basically hinder their emotion part, so that basically they give the response from their core feelings. But yes, we will definitely incorporate.
Yeah, but the thing is, when we ask, what do you think? Okay, we go by the norms created by the society.
Yes.
Okay, and when we are asked to feel, how you feel about this, it's more of the personal core value based thing. Okay, so
Yes.
it might, on an outer plane, it might look like thinking and feeling are interrelated, definitely. But when a question is asked, okay, related to thinking and feeling, the responses may be different. And also it's technically an error. Okay, so you may want to, since you have already said you are working on it, it's not the end, so you may remove this ambiguity.
Sure,
okay.
sir, sure. Thank
Other
you, sir.
thing is, you are writing and you said also you have evaluated face validity. Okay,
Yes, sir.
face validity by definition, I mean, is basically established by the researcher himself or herself looking on the questionnaire at a glance, okay, the approach you have adopted is expert rating on each questions, evaluating each question and its appropriateness for measuring the operational definition you have made. Okay? So this is more of a content validity, where experts have read each content, the measured content of each item, and then have given their nod. Okay? So you need to look at this also, whether you should call it face validity or it is a content validity, or if you don't do content validity related analysis, ideally you should have done the chi-square analysis of yes and no responses of all the judges. If you have not done so, if you have only taken it on the basis of frequency, still it's more than face validity. If it is less than content validity, you can call it expert validity. This term is also used. Okay, because face validity, although we teach and we use, face validity is not considered a good measure of a psychometric property of a test. Okay, so that you should focus on. Okay, otherwise I read through the items, it's good and it has a potential to be a very good psychometrically sound test, and I hope that you work on it more with more dedication, collect more data, establish its reliability, and more possibly the construct validity. But you have already said that there are no much questionnaire on this construct. So ideally, you must conduct a series of studies linking this questionnaire response to the actual people's behavior towards environmental consciousness. And then you can develop its content validity. So it will be a good contribution to the field of psychology. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next
Thank
participant may be called.
Yes. Thank you, Sharmina. Up next, we have the paper titled A Study on Value Profile Similarity by Rosemol Thambi and Anushree Basu.
Yeah, thank you. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. You could make it a full screen by slideshow.
Yeah. Now?
Yes, it's full screen now.
Okay. So thank you for this opportunity to present the paper on the symposium. So we are presenting on the study on profile similarity, and it's me and Anushree is presenting this paper under the guidance of Dr. Dabula Dattaroy, sir. So first, let me proceed with the contents. Introduction, literature review, objectives, method, result part, discussion, scope for future study, and the references. Now we are going to see what is profile similarity. So profile is basically a pattern of result that is produced by a person in various psychological tests. And mainly it is used for classification, comparison, and description of psychological characteristics on multiple psychological data. So what is the importance of profile similarity is that it is mainly important for classification and comparison of individuals and psychological characteristics. So profile similarity can be classified into intra-individual and inter-individual similarity. What do you mean by intra-individual profile similarity? Means it refers to the similarity between two or more traits or behavior or characteristics of a single person, and inter-individual profile similarity indicates that these similarities that are observed between people. Now we are going to see what are Rabindrik human values, because we have done this paper based on value questionnaire. So human values are mainly defined as abstract ideals that guide behavior, and these values refer to abstract beliefs which serve as guidelines in people's life and affect the way people and events are evaluated. So that is about and about the Rabindrik human value. It was D.D. Roy sir and Badhyabday extracted 14 path and 14 goal-oriented work values from the Rabindrasangeet, and there was path-oriented values and as well as goal-oriented values. So path-oriented was more related to self-awakening, then emotional control, systematic, non-self-insulting, fearless, cleanliness, no work-family conflict, Niskam principle, challenging, self-understanding, doubtless, free from fear of failure, resolute, active, etc. And goal values are peace, universalization, and enlightenment, positive feeling, family security, a sense of accomplishment, then pleasure, inner harmony, self-respect, salvation, security, significance in life, altruism. So these are the two set of goal values, path and goal, and these are the values that come in it. And let me give you a brief idea about what are the path oriented values. Self-awakening, which means the consciousness has the three layers, that is Mutto, Rag and Saraswat. So but it is covered with the emotion of Rag layer, and self-awakening is a driving force that leads us to imagine positive power by eradicating negative. Emotional control, that refers to modulating one's own emotional experiences and expressions. In systematic person with high systematic values, they usually prefer to work on a pre-planned way. That means they exhibit tendency to show self-discipline. And non-self-insulting to self, that is the fourth value. This value means it enhances level of self-esteem. And fearless is the fifth one. This value make one bold. That means a fearless person can take more risk. Then sixth is the cleanliness. It is a core principle of consciousness. That means positive force which make our consciousness free from dirt, contamination, and negative emotions like fear of failure. Seventh value is work-family compatibility. That means work and family should be balanced. That means they should be compatible enough. And Niskam principle means this selfless or desireless action. That is without no expectation from the performance, stepping beyond personal goals and agendas. That is what we mean by Niskam principle. Challenging means this value motivates one towards a difficult task. So they like the competition and they are not afraid of any kind of challenges that come in front of them. And 10th value is self-understanding. That means individual possess self-system that consists of need, motives, desires, potentialities, etc. 11th is doubtless. That means the value make individual more self-confident. This value is what motivating people to live happily. 12th value is free from fear of failure. That means the individual is anticipated failure or danger. So the people who are free from failure are not timid, but they are not timid or trembling or hesitant. Resolute means this value is what making people more powerful and purposeful, determined, etc. Active is the 14th value. That means this value gives engagement in work. And active people always find work to be enjoyable even at the period of leisure time. Next is goal-oriented value. First is peace. We know peace is most important one, and peace is what make us feel free from oppressive or negative thoughts. Universalization means it is the value that makes someone general from specific, allowing access for all. That means it is consistent or common across all cases. And third one is enlightenment. This value is mainly about finding reasons of any question. That means which make us increase questioning of religious orthodoxy. Then the fourth one is positive feeling, which is based upon happiness and serenity, and we tend to believe oneself is hoping for positive outcomes. Family security is about providing safe and secure environment to your loved ones. Sense of accomplishment means the sense of satisfaction that is derived from in achieving a long desired goal. Seventh value is pleasure. That means having an enjoyable life and free from obstacles and adversities. Eighth value is inner harmony. That is the state of lack of inner conflict, the mind which is free from all the conflicts. Then self-respect, it is valuing one's own dignity and integrity. Salvation is about placing value on saving oneself from any sort of harm or destruction. 11th is self-empowerment, which means it gives emphasis on generating employment for oneself. Security means the state of being free from any sort of danger or threat. Significance in life, that is placing value on finding meaning in life. We all are searching for meaning in life. And altruism is about placing oneself and prioritizing good for others above oneself. Now we are moving on to the review of literature part. So we have the studies here, and all the studies have mainly told about what is the importance of profile similarity. And in this last study, we can see it was done by Roy sir. And in their study, they have assessed the value preferences of adolescents with Rabindrik value questionnaire. And this questionnaire included 2 sets of items. And each set contained 14 items, as we have told before. Set 1 with path-oriented and set 2 with goal-oriented. And we can see how they are rated on this study. And both set of values were considered as reliable. And the objective of our main objective of our study is to examine inter-individual path-oriented value profile similarity. From here, I invite Anushree to take over. Anu? Anushree, are you there? Hello?
She is there. She has unmuted, but we cannot hear her. Anushree, we cannot hear you.
Rose, please you continue, Rose.
Okay, sir. So the participants are 13 participants in total, and there are 11 females and 2 females participated in this action research, and the mean age is 29.5. And the procedure is that data was collected in a classroom situation using the Google form, and the Rabindrik value preference questionnaire was used to find value preference similarity. And as we told before, the set 1 included path-oriented values from 1 to 14. And next one was goal-oriented from 1 to 14. And they were asked to rank this, but not they should not rank it on a repeated manner. The paired ranks are not applicable. Then the tool, we have seen the tool description. The questionnaire included 2 sets of items and the reliability part. Then the statistical analysis is a Spearman rank order correlation is effective, and we have used Spearman here because it is a study with less number of samples. Then this is the result part. Initially, we taken 13, then removed and sorted data, and we took 10 data for the analysis. Then this is the age distribution here in the graph. Then this is a correlation matrix of the path-oriented value that indicate that there's A and B was very highly and statistically significant. Then and after doing Spearman rank order correlation, coefficients were extracted to people having high correlation, that is 0.84 with respect to profile similarity. And rank difference between the two indicates that both of them scored 0 in values like self-awakening, no work-family conflict, doubtless, and 1 in other 3 values, that is emotional control, systematic, avoiding laziness. And correlation between A and D is also high and statistically significant. Now we can see the graphical representation of value profile similarity. And after this study, we took an interview of the people, and what was how did they what are the underlying reasons of their value preference. Now moving on to the discussion part, the table 1.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, Anushree, you can proceed.
May I present?
Yeah.
Okay, there is some network issue, I don't know. Okay, I'm come to this point of the discussion. The table 1 represents the correlation between the individual profile of path-oriented values and in terms of value preferences of participants. And 14 path-oriented values symbolizes specific behavior to achieve goal. Those values are effective in enhancing intrinsic motivation within individual, and the values are effective to be leader in the organization. We will focus on psychological fulfillment of the workers during managing the organization. And high correlation within individual participants indicates high profile similarity in terms of value preference. Please go through. Proceed. Okay, there are high correlation between A and B, that is 0.84 in terms of value preferences of path-oriented values. And so the inter-individual profility between A and B enable a leader to form a group so that the characteristics of successful group, that is social interaction, stable structure, common interest, and perception of self as group member can be satisfied. And lack of profile similarity may also cause social loafing within group. When one person obtains a desired outcome, others cannot. That lowers the likelihood of cooperation. And in order to increase the cooperation between group members, inter-individual profile similarity is needed. Because the more the similarity in preferences, there will be less contradiction and disagreement or clashes in attaining the goal, which is very much important for path-oriented purpose, because path-oriented values are dealing with the behavior or action that is needed to achieve any goal. Okay, now conclusion. It can be concluded that the action research is needed for problem-solving approach, and profile similarity is very useful model for action research when numbers of observation is small. Value profile plays an important role in formation of group for comparison, selection, and placement in different professional fields on the basis of Rabindrik or human value preferences. And profile similarity statistics is very much powerful to applied psychometrics in different professional field in case of selection and placement. Here is the scope for the further study. The further research can be done with the application of profile similarity by multivariate models that we can apply in the further researches some more than one profiles. Like here we use only values. We can use values, personality profiles, interest profiles. So through this, we can do the multivariate models like cluster analysis, etc. And the second scope for the study, that is further research can be done by assessing profile by successful persons from different professional field like clinical field, educational field, industrial field, in order to check which profile is close to the individual profile for formation of successful team or group in future. And now I want to briefly discuss about the impact of the implication of this study, because this particular action research has an important impact in applied psychometrics, because the applied psychometrics is for problem-oriented and solution-focused psychometrics. And action research is done for this particular study not to contribute theory, but to add the importance of profile similarity model in applied psychometrics in order to form a functional group or team in different professional settings like industrial, clinical, educational, etc., or for selection and placement of the employees. Next, here are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Anushree.
Rose, you can stop sharing now.
Yeah, this is the questionnaire we used.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Read very wonderful study making profile of Rabindrik values and has a potential to be a landmark study in this area, one of the landmark studies. I am not sure why you people are calling it an action research. So would you elaborate more on it?
Because we are doing the research with very small groups, and in order to form group in a small settings, so we not provide any theory. We don't contribute theory in this field, so we write it down that it is action research.
No, but something which does not contribute to the theory is not necessarily an action research. Action research by its name suggests where some action or some plan is or some program is implemented by the researchers, and then its effectiveness, usefulness, efficacy is assessed. Okay, so in that sense, my understanding of action research is this. Okay, and in that sense, I could not get why you people are calling this an action research. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And similarly, you are saying that you are not contributing to theory. It is also not completely correct. Okay. Once you create profiles of people based on Rabindrik's values, definitely you are adding information to the available information on Rabindrik values. Okay. So whatever research we do, whether our direct intention is to propose a theory or contribute to the theory or is not, any good research definitely contributes something to the already existing theory. So you might not be developing a new theory, but you are already adding to the theory that already exists, and you are adding to the work of great Rabindranath Tagore ji, and adding to the work that is Professor Datta Roy is doing on applying these concepts by Rabindranath Tagore to the more psychological, more directly to the increasing our understanding of these values in psychological terms. So you are already doing that, okay? So I don't think you should call it action research. At the most, you can call it applied, even if it is not applied research. Basically, it's not. It's a basic research where you are trying to create some profiles, and you plan to identify people or categorize people based on their value preferences. Okay. Otherwise, other than this, I like the presentations, and I would like to thank you all, the complete research team, on choosing a very relevant and interesting research topic. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Rosimol and Anushree. This was the last presentation for the day. Now I request Kavita to take over and give a vote of thanks to the participants, to the presenters, and to the speakers of today's National Symposium.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is such an honor for me to get this opportunity to thank you all. And I would like to thank Dr. Datta Roy, the founder and the president of our RPRIT. And on behalf of this institute, I would like to express our gratitude to the esteemed speakers, Professor Ravi Gunthey, Dr. Nita Jain, and Dr. Maxim Pereira for inspiring and encouraging us with your words on this special day. Next, I would like to extend my gratitude to the chair of the paper presentation session, Dr. Shah Singh, for judging all the oral presentation and giving such insightful feedbacks. All the presenters have shed light on the current researches in applied psychometry, and it has given a glimpse of its scope in future. I would like to congratulate all the participants for their active participation. Last but not the least, I must thank the organizing team, Ms. Priya, Aaushee, Anushree, Rupali, and Rosemol for working hard to make this event successful. So thank you everyone once again for making it a great success. Have a good day.
Thank you, Kavita. Now I would ask our convener, Dr. Didi Roy, for vote of thanks, and also Dr. Tushar sir for sharing his scoring for our today's presentation. And on the basis of that, we would declare who had scored the best and the best presenter award for today's symposium.
I have shared my scoring to Kavita. So Kavita, you may please check your email and announce the result.
Okay, sir, give me a minute.
Okay, thank you, Priya. This is my observation. The whole world is going through an unprecedented difficult situation due to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, which has engulfed the entire global community like a wildfire. Our students cannot attend colleges and universities physically. Under this prolonged awkward situation, Rabindrik Psychotherapy Research Institute Trust has been providing a group of students with courses on applied psychometrics. Being the founder or president, I am very much happy to state that students have formed one team to organize a national level symposium on the current research case in applied psychometrics. There are 4 broad objectives of this symposium. 1, to spread awareness of applied psychometrics. Number 2, to learn the observation of resource persons on it. Next, to hand over the course completion certificate to students of applied psychometrics, and to create academic leadership in applied psychometrics. Applied psychometrics is a field of study that deals with quantification and measurement of mental attributes, behavior, performance, and the like, as well as with the design, analysis, and improvement of the test, questionnaire, and other instruments used in decision-making and problem-solving. Applied psychometricians can develop new construct and design the example and design the research plan to assess the construct, for example, item variance, differential validity, etc. Applied psychometrics is concerned with the application of psychological theory, techniques, statistical methods, and psychological measurement to applied psychological test development, evaluation, and test interpretation. So the students get a chance to learn applied psychology along with principles of applied psychometrics. Some notable research areas of applied psychometrics are profile similarity, differential validity, measurement invariance, etc. Fortunately enough, we have received acceptance from resource persons within very short notice after intimation. So we are grateful to Professor Ravi Gunthey, Maxime Pereri, and Professor Tushar Singh. We'd like to express our sincere and warm thanks and gratitude to them. Again, we are grateful to all the paper presenters. So 6 presenters, they have presented their paper. Our trust is grateful to all of them. And office bearers. The office bearers are Priya Verma, Kavita, Shaj, Aaushee Soral, Rupali Rawat, Rosmal Thambi, and Anushree Basu. We are grateful to all of them for organizing this symposium in almost no time. I wish grand success of this event in near future. That is when we will again conduct another symposium when the students will be the second batch of applied psychometrics. And specifically, I like to share my gratitude to Professor Shah Singh for his nice observation, not only the observation, but also for his valuable support to understand the limitations in the research and to forward the research in such a manner so that we can contribute to the community at large in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Kavita has shared the scoring sheet with you, and could you please announce the best paper award, because we have shared a scoring sheet with you.
I'm sick. Okay, thank you, Professor Singh, for giving the scores. The
It was
scores
indeed
are
a
on.
pleasure for me, sir.
Thank you. The scores are on the basis of content, method, and the delivery. And it was a 5-point rating scale. So highest score is to 3 persons. At least that these 3 persons, they have received the same score. Sir, is it possible to make any distinction? Okay. So the first paper is the content validity of occupational interest inventory, item construction for measuring environmental cleanliness and reuse attitudes of college-going students, a study on value profile similarity. So these 3 people, they will get the best paper award. And the second one, role of lyrics and music in retrieval of dance sequence among dancers. Next is impact of organization climate on job satisfaction and work motivation among university teachers. And next is the measurement of leadership effectiveness, a pilot study. So that is the result. Thank you, Priya.
Thank you, sir. All the people who have received the best paper award and the participant of the National Symposium, your certificates and your award and the certificates would reach you in 1 week. So please be patient. Everyone who have joined and taken out time for contributing to this National Symposium, either by participation or by paper presentation, I extend a warm thank you for everyone. On the occasion of Basant Panchami, we had an honor to gather and share our knowledge with each other. I hope inputs from Dr. Tushar would help you in improvising your paper and making it psychometrically sound and would improve you on your skills. I hope the insights provided by Dr. Ravi Gunthey, Dr. Nita Jain, and Dr. Maxim Pereira would help you to extend your research skills and how to enhance your research skills and to try out some more areas in applied psychometrics with utmost efficiency. I also thank everyone who came together and coordinated well for this national symposium. And I hope that we connect for some more symposium or workshop or program so that collectively together we could work on the propagation and enhancement of applied psychometrics as a field. Thank you again for joining, and with that I announce this symposium as closed.
No, one sec. The
Okay.
closing prayer.
Okay, yes,
Please close your
closing
hands.
prayer. Yes.
Yeah, please close your hands. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadayo Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Priya. You have managed the time very nicely. You have managed total program. We are grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to the entire team for coordinating well and making this possible. Thank you for speakers, and we would be connected. And if you have any query regarding your certificate, please feel free to get in touch with any of us. We would be happy to help you. So on that spirit, have a nice day, and let's keep working towards the propagation and enhancement of this field. Thank you so much for joining. Have a nice day.
Thank you.